And you are live. Good luck.
Alright, hello everyone. I am puwexil, going to be doing a run of Lufia 2 Rise of the Sinistrals for the Super Nintendo, and it's my pleasure to be joined on the virtual couch today by Magus and Voltas, fellow runners of this game.
Hello, my name is Magus. Pleasure to be here.
Hello, I'm Voltas. I also do commentary.
Right. Only get to name our protagonist Maxim, so we'll do some QFG hype here. Alright, so we are ready to go then. So we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Alright, thank you. So this is Lufia 2, a pretty late release, turn-based JRPG for the Super Nintendo that also has pretty heavy kind of Zelda-style adventure exploration elements to it too. This was known as Espolis Denki 2 in Japan and just Lufia in Europe and Australia because they didn't get the first game.
Yeah, sad.
A lot of people probably know the game from the cave rather than the base game. So yeah, there's actually a story mode to this.
Yeah, and it's despite being the same engine, the story mode and then the ancient cave side quest that I'm sure we'll be talking about periodically throughout the run is pretty different as far as just kind of the flow and pacing and just kind of what you need to be good at in order to get good times. Right, so since, like we said, this game has a lot of kind of Zelda style inspirations to it, we get a set of tutorials before the kind of the game and story proper start, where we get introduced to, in particular, just how encounters and dungeons work. Like, do you guys want to start talking about that as far as like how enemy movement works?
Yeah. So as you can see, maybe enemies are visible on the map, so you can avoid encounters if you want, though.
Yeah, and doing so is a huge part of going fast in this game.
Exactly. So you maybe saw the arrow shot. You can, if you want, you can stun the enemies with several sub weapons you get through the game.
Yeah, and a really important thing
we're gonna
too,
see that a lot during the run.
Yeah, and a really important thing to know about dungeon enemies too is that they only move when you do. Like most of the enemies have kind of different AI as far as how they take steps, how aggressive they are, stuff like that. But if you are not moving, neither are the enemies.
Yep. There are several patterns in this game. Like most enemies just take one step when you take one step. Then there is like enemies that just randomly move one step, the enemies that move towards you every step, other enemies teleport, but that's about it. And knowing that and reacting to it properly, at least in this type of run, because we're running no manipulation, is very key.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's probably a good point to start talking about that too, because like at its highest levels, this game is very heavily manipulated, kind of down to being able to completely script out not only enemy movements, but also how battles play out as far as what enemy AI does, who they target with attacks and spells, how much damage is dealt, and then also item drops are also manipulatable. So this is a somewhat newer category that was created by the community maybe about like a year and a half to 2 years ago at this point. That just, in addition to banning major glitches, which fundamentally just means wrong warps, because there's two very major glitches in the US version of this game that like one of them actually lets you beat the game in under 1 minute via credits warp, and that same glitch can also be used to corrupt your stats and some other stuff like that. And there's a late game glitch that can skip a couple of dungeons and bosses. And then in addition to that, this category also bans all manipulation.
Yep. The manipulation, if you do it, it's pretty involved. So a category like this is very, very good to like get into the game or into running the game.
Yeah, I haven't decided yet if I'm going to learn manipulations after getting a time I'm happy with at this category, but shall see.
I mean,
the good thing is about manipulation is you don't have to manipulate the entire game. You can take step by step basically. So how the manipulation works is basically everything is step based kind of. So if you take the same movement every single time, you also get the same results every time. And when you step on a save tile in the game, you reset your RNG. So you can basically go from save point to save point and reset your RNG then and manipulate from there. So you can take it step by step basically.
That's nuts, and that's something that wasn't always known too. Like I know the first times that I saw speedruns of this game, the manipulation was a lot harder basically because it was something you did from the start of the run, and if you got off, it was over. And then it was discovered that stepping on save points without actually saving your game will put the RNG into a known state, and that does actually play into the rules for this category too, as a way to kind of prevent either intentional or unintentional manipulation. So basically, if and when I step on save points, I have to actually save my game in order to kind of ensure that I'm not unintentionally manipulating it.
That's another thing about the manipulation. If you actually save, you change your RNG. So a manipulated run goes through the entire game without saving once because it would change the RNG you have planned out before. So you only step on the save tile and then do nothing basically and step off again.
We're just wrapping up the first real dungeon here. For the early stages of this run, most of the damage that we're doing is with consumable combat items, in particular boomerangs. We've seen like a run of like Final Fantasy VII. It's kind of the same deal for the earlier stages of this game. We're just buying boomerangs, which do they do a pretty predictable damage range that I want to say is kind of based on the user's agility stat, and then also whether they're in the front row or back row. That just lets you do a lot faster and better damage than actually leveling up and buying better weapons.
Yeah. The weapons at the start of the game are not very good, actually. It almost makes no difference if you have a weapon equipped or, like, not. But barring, like, stuff that, like, hits weakness, of course, which we're gonna have in the next dungeon.
As far as the story, too, just we got introduced to Maxim and Tia, Maxim being a monster hunter, Tia being a shop owner. We went into this cave to try to get the key back that a monster stole. And we got first introduced to a very special character by the name of Iris, who, in addition to having the same name as some very, very rare pieces of equipment, is also a mysterious fortune teller that tells us that we have a destiny to go on a journey to fight evil. So our next town is Sundleton, is kind of beset by earthquakes that are being caused by a catfish in a nearby cave. So we're going to visit that cave and rough it up.
Because that's just the kind of thing we do, really.
So yeah, money is very tight at the beginning. You maybe saw in the first cave that the last cave that puwexil picked up an escape, which allowed to teleport it out. As I said, money is very, very tight in the early game with no manipulation because you don't get the drops from the bosses. So yeah, you have to be very careful with what you buy and what you sell, actually.
No Eagle Rock drop.
We got some more chances. Don't worry. It's coming.
Yeah. So for the no manipulation category, we actually go to some additional parts of the lake cave that aren't expressly required to get to the boss. We do this first detour to get a upgraded weapon for Maxim called the Insect Crush, which in addition to just being a slightly stronger weapon, also does double damage against insects, which we'll be fighting a fair number of shortly. Up onto that switch from above to actually open the door. It isn't obvious by now too, just you move pretty fast in this game compared to a lot of other RPGs of the era, and then that's a big challenge factor of doing speedruns of this, is just moving fast but moving accurately, and kind of, especially no manip, reacting to enemy movements as well, for the enemies that actually have RNG to them.
Yeah, so we have to do this gauntlet of fights here, and you'll notice that we don't always use boomerangs. Voltus mentioned it. The money is pretty tight for us. We only could afford so many at this time. It's one of the main reasons we pick up the Insect Crush. There's a couple insects here that we use it on, and of course we get the Igor drop easy every time. I do wonder if you can just skip the speedy ring now, but yeah, shouldn't probably do that.
Yeah, because in addition to getting the speedy ring at the end of this gauntlet, we do also want to just get enough experience to get level 6 for Maxim before the boss, and we also want the money from these fights too.
Yeah. Yeah, the reason we fight all these encounters is the speedy ring. We do need it. I mean, with the Igorok, it's kind of whatever, but we do technically need the speedy ring to outspeed the boss of this dungeon. And you do absolutely need that. Like, if you can't predict the fight otherwise, you have a good chance of dying if you are not going faster than the boss.
I don't know if we talked about the reset spell in the tutorial room, but the reset spell just it completely resets a room. You go back to to where you entered it from. All enemies are respawned and returned to where they started, and then any puzzle elements in the room are also reset. So it gets used a fair bit to to avoid backtracking in specific rooms, like I did there.
Mainly it's a mechanic to unstuck your puzzles if you did something wrong, basically, so you don't softlock the game. But as the both others said, it's mainly used for skipping backtracking or reset enemy position that is not very good for you.
I have a very important safety save there, just because this next boss is pretty rough, unmanipulated. It'll be a little easier for me because of having the Eagle Rock, because I believe that'll boost the damage to my that my boomerangs do, so that RNG with damage rolls is a non-issue. But this boss can still ruin my day if it decides to.
Yeah. It's one of the first bosses in the game. It only has 200 HP, and only 3 attacks. One is a normal attack, which is fine. Then it does Mega Quake, which is not so fine. It does about not quite half your HP in damage, and then it knows Flash, which basically is 3/4 of your max HP at this point. And that can end your day if he just does it twice in a row, which can technically happen. Bad damage rolls. Oh no.
So yeah, you see the puwexil keeps still using boomerangs here. It's still the strongest attack, and if the fight goes very right, so the boomerang damage range here is like from 47 to 52 or 53, depending on your level. And if you count your damage here, you can get away with like boomerang, potion, boomerang, and the fight is over. But
that was really good.
And the catfish do drop as well.
Despite the troll at the end, with it surviving with 1 HP. But yeah, I'm seeing a lot of questions in chat about the catfish duel too. So I guess do you guys want to talk about that, and especially what it means in this category?
In this category, it means nothing.
Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So, if you were to manipulate the game, you would obviously want like boss drops if you can get them, right? Because like, especially this catfish jewel, not only does it sell for a bunch of money later on, which would be really, really big. It will also make the next boss of the game a lot more, well, you know, tolerable. Let's put it that way. You would do a lot more damage there. But this category specifically bans boss drops because that could be, you could be, even if unintentionally, you know, manipulate these and then get an unfair advantage.
Yeah, and part of it's just kind of the spirit of the category as far as being a more accessible and beginner-friendly category too, because if you were able to take advantage of the catfish jewel, then getting a really optimized time without manipulating would kind of require you to reset
farm the drop. Yeah.
Until you lock into getting, what is it, 10%? Is that what the chance of the drop is?
12.5, I believe.
12.5, yeah.
Okay, so 1 out of 8. So you'd basically...
It's not even that uncommon, yeah, but
yeah.
So yeah, if it would be allowed, you would basically go into the territory of manipulated runs again, kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it could theoretically take hours.
You have to play to this point and hope for good luck, or you just manipulate then, kind of. So yeah, what puwexil has to do now, unfortunately, is he just... Either he can keep the catfish jewel in his inventory, or just trash it if he... Like,
I threw it away already.
Oh, okay, didn't saw that.
Probably maybe explain the menu cancel tech for the Overworld too.
Yeah, puwexil just enjoys the menu of this game, so he keeps opening it on the world map. Really, that's it. No. We try to avoid encounters by opening the menu. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So on the world map, if you you can take 4 steps and nothing happens, and after 4 steps, the chance for random encounters keeps increasing until you at some point get an encounter. So technically, you can take 4 steps, open the menu, reset the step counter, and then take another 4 steps. But that's first because the movement is so fast, it's a little bit unreliable, and second, you don't get it most of the time. So probably what I aiming for is when I do this, I aim for like 6 to 10 steps and then do a menu reset once.
Yeah, the aggressiveness that I do it for is going to vary throughout the game, too, depending on how big of a deal actually getting into an overworld encounter would be. Because, like, in this very early stage of the game, it's pretty trivial. Like, almost every overworld encounter, I'm just going to be able to run away before the monsters actually attack, which is pretty fast. But later on, like once we get past like about the halfway point or so of the run, then we start getting into real danger of like having individual characters die or having a flat-out game over against certain encounters. Once I get to those places, I'll just start doing the menu cancels a lot more aggressively.
Whenever I think about overworld encounters in this game, it's like I remember one run of Feral Pigman. I don't remember where it was, but he ran into gold gorms twice on the overworld map and almost died.
Today I learned that there's gold gorms on the overworld.
Yeah.
I mean, in one of my early runs, I did have my fully healed party die to some kind of dragons near the Dragon Mountain.
Yeah.
So we just got introduced to this game's kind of obligatory JRPG comic relief antagonists, Bart and Birdie, who are kind of inept thieves that still manage to steal the King of Alunz's crown. So we're chasing them into the basement to get the crown back.
Yeah, a lot of the story is actually just kind of like, we are good guys, so we are going to help you out kind of deal. Like, that's pretty much it.
You travel from town to town to fulfill your destiny at some point, so...
Yeah. I also need to make sure to remember here that I have the Eagle Rock, too, just because normally Tia is faster than Maxim, so for fights where I'm just going to use a boomerang, I usually would have Tia throw it, but I need to remember to have Maxim do it instead. Then throughout this dungeon, I'm also going to be taking a couple fights that aren't specifically required to progress in order to get Tia to level 8 before I get to the next boss, which makes a fair bit of difference for safety. These horse encounters are part of that.
Yeah. Also, you can technically get in the horse encounter. You can get eagles, and they still can drop eagle rocks here. So, I had that in one of my runs, and the manipulated run gets an eagle rock here, the second one.
And then, yeah, and definitely, yeah, worth pointing out too that since we're not manipulating, the monster formations here are random. There's each one has some specific groups of monsters that could be rolled based on what sprite you get on the overworld, but how many monsters there are and whether they're in the front or back rows is random.
Yep.
The only thing is, like, if you're alone, like at the beginning of the game, if you only max them, you only can get up to 2 enemies, and now since Tia is in the party, you can actually get a full party of enemies, so like 4 up maximum.
And pretty
Depending
much
on
every
the sprite size.
Yeah, and then pretty much every dungeon in the game, too, with a couple exceptions, has these puzzle rooms in it, which are, I mean, casually, I think these are one of the things that can just make this game really, really cool and unique, is having these kind of Zelda-style puzzle rooms. And I wouldn't really say, for the most part, they're the high point of the speedrun of the game. We're just kind of trying to get through them quickly, but I am very glad that they're in the game. And we're also making a couple detours to pick up miracles, which are this game's equivalent of elixirs. It's full HP, MP recovery, and reviving dead characters. And at this point, this is actually purely just to sell for money, because like Volta said earlier, money is extremely tight in the early game, and miracles sell for 1,000 gold each. So this is something that we got, a mechanic we got introduced to in the tutorials that I call combat rooms, basically where you just have a room and you have to kill all of the monsters in it in order to open the exit door. Just forgot to swing my sword.
Also, you maybe saw the sprites of the enemies. They have like a face side and a back side, so you can approach these enemies in a way that you're gonna get a first attack. So if you run into the sprite from like behind, then you can get a first strike, and if enemies like surprise you and get into run into Maxim from behind, then they get a first attack. So some points in the game where you wanna take advantage of that you're gonna get a first attack.
And then what I'm really hoping to see too is large groups of kobolds in the combat room, just because the number of kobolds when I'm using boomerangs is irrelevant as far as how quickly I can kill them, and the more of them there are, the more experience and money I get. That was kind of average luck there. But yeah, if I'd have gotten more kobolds, I could have skipped that final horse fight for getting level 8 Tia. This dungeon does not have a boss, so Bart and Birdie got swept away by the wily water, and we get to pocket the crown and peace out. So then when we turn in the crown, we actually get to choose our reward, and then the end result of that is just determining how much money we get. And if we pick nothing, we actually get the highest reward of 3,000 gold. It's my understanding too that you actually can't, at least in older manipulated runs, you actually couldn't choose that, because if you didn't have enough time to pick another option on that dialogue box without messing up the RNG.
The NPCs move in that room, and that changes the RNG around, so you have to be as quick as possible to choose your option there in a manipulated run early on.
Alright, so there isn't really a lot of consistency in this game as far as when you actually have to interact with NPCs that kind of tell you what your next mission is before you can actually do it. Like, we had to actually watch the crown get stolen from Alun's before we could actually go into the basement, but here our next goal is to recover another stolen key to unlock the path to the next town, and in this case we don't actually have to go to the shrine and find out that the door is locked. We can just head straight into this cave.
A fun fact, you don't even need to pick up the key in this cave that got stolen. The
Yep.
trigger is to kill the boss
Spoilers!
in this dungeon. Which I figured it out by totally accident. Like, I was doing a run of this, and then was like,
Yeah.
it teleported out right away, and then, like, a fellow person in the chat pointed out, hey, you forgot the key, and I was right past the point already where you need to use it, and like, really?
Yeah, I recently rewatched Feral Pigman's run of this game from the first RPG Limit Break in 2015, and I do remember him giving you a shout out for accidentally discovering that the shrine key is completely optional.
Yeah, it's only a difference by like 4 or 5 seconds because you just skip the chest is right in front of you and just you teleport out right after the boss fight. So
Just picking up some extra pieces of gear here and there for mostly just for better armor for the next boss. And then we got the Witch Ring, which is going to boost Tia's magic stat for the next couple fights. And then we're eventually going to sell it for some money too.
yeah, there are like 2 miracles in this dungeon, and there was 1 in the previous, so that's like 3,000 gold, hopefully, for shopping in the next town. And plus the additional change you get from fighting and whatnot.
Yeah, so we're almost to the boss. We just need to hit these 2 water gate switches basically to in kind of a oddly specific situation, create enough water pressure to push together 2 halves of a bridge. Props for creativity, though, as opposed to just you step on a switch and unlock a door. Alright, so probably a good time to start talking about the next boss, because oh, what a boss it is. So our next boss is Regal Goblin, the monster that stole the key to the shrine that we're trying to recover, and at the levels and gear we're at, this is a really, really rough fight, and unmanipulated, it's one of the worst in the whole game, as far as just how big of a factor randomness plays.
So in the first turn, you can try to put him to sleep with the drowsy spell from Tia, and it actually worked. You see if it worked on the sprite, and like the sprite is shaking up and downwards. So then you know it worked as well.
Yeah, you have a chance to wake up every time you hit him with a boomerang too. But apparently this is a manipulated run. I think we have to disqualify this one. Sorry.
Yeah, first get the catfish jewel, get the eagle rock drop. Mr. Goblin's asleep forever.
Pre-recorded, clearly pre-recorded. This guy's 500 HP, and if he does get turns, he does a ton of damage, and he can summon other goblins to help him out, which is really, really bad, because they will also do damage to you, and you can't just, like, one-shot them.
Gonna try to kill him at this point.
Yeah,
this fight can go really wrong really fast if he keeps summoning, and, like, 2 attacks kills Tia right away.
And that was a 30-second gold, by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
that was a good fight.
Perfect fight, yeah. Did he even attack you? He didn't.
No, he didn't. He went to sleep, and then he woke up, and then I killed him.
Oh man.
So the only bad thing about this now is he didn't attack Tia, so she didn't get any IP, so you cannot battle us in the next battle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
That's the bad thing only about that.
We haven't actually talked about IP yet.
Yeah, because it just hasn't been relevant yet, but yeah. Let's talk about IP. So yeah, IP, which stands for Ikari points, is a really, really cool and ahead of its time system that this game has. It's a lot like how limit breaks work in Final Fantasy VII, where when you take damage from enemies in battle, you accumulate a stat called IP, and then how much IP you get is kind of proportional to just how much damage the character takes relative to their current HP level. And then you can spend IP to do a variety of special attacks and abilities that are tied to what equipment you have on. So one of the purchases I made when I was in at Lund's was a shield for Tia called the Mini Shield, and that lets her use an IP ability called Battle Lust, which is a really, really nice buff. For a pretty low amount of IP points, you get, I believe it's a 40% boost to attack power for the rest of the battle, and you can stack it multiple times if you want to, too.
Yep. The stacking is diminishing returns, so eventually it will just end up missing, but yeah, like using an IP like Battle Lust or similar IPs to buff once or twice in a fight is very typical on the same character.
Yeah, there's also some, like, usually weapons have like aggressive IPs, so like attacks and whatnot, and like armors, shields, and helmets, and all of this kind of things. They have like passive stuff that buffs your party or heals you.
Yeah,
and puwexil bought some kukris here. So the kukri is thunder-based. Thunder-based weapon has an IP attack. I think it's called Thunder Blast or something like that, and it is a massive thunder damage, which can be used on the next boss fight, depending on how much IP you have. So
yeah, you do need a certain amount of IP for every attack, and it's different for every
exactly.
That's something I really love about the system too, because like limit breaks in FF7 are pretty simple. You need a full limit break bar to use a special attack, and when you do, it fully depletes the bar. But since IP abilities have varying amounts of IP cost, that just increases the the strategy options you have immensely.
Yeah. So like Battle Lust for the mini shield uses, like, I don't exactly know how much, like 15% of your IP or something like that, and like some late or strong stuff, especially in the late game, like holy attacks from the holy weapons, they use like 75% of your IP.
And story-wise too, we're just getting introduced to Guy, who's our next playable character. He's kind of a heavy fighter type, very slow, can equip the best weapons and armor in the game, and yeah, the plot hook as far as why he joins us is that a villain by the name of Camu just kidnapped his sister, Hilda, so we're going to go chase down Camu to a nearby tower to rescue her.
I hope you like this tower.
Yep.
Also, we have talked about it a little bit already. There's like things like front and back row. So Tia currently is in the back row, and Maxim and Guy are in the front row. So front row characters take more damage, and back row characters take less damage in the game. They also deal less damage from the back row. So you usually put like your spell casters in the back, and like supporters.
To drag this out just a little bit to try to get some IP for Tia.
Specifically, for some reason, the top left position where Guy is in, that takes even some additional damage. I don't exactly know why, but it's specifically in the last couple fights you're gonna notice that. And if you would swap Maxim and Guy around, Maxim would actually die in that spot instead. So it's kind of interesting.
All right, there we go. Got enough for Battle Lust now. Okay, got plenty now. Yeah, ordinarily I would just kill that fight with 2 boomerangs and usually 2 flash spells, but for marathon safety, I dragged it out a little bit so that to make sure Tia could use Battle Lust against the boss.
I do enjoy that this happens a lot to like every runner. It's like you have to switch between your sub weapons depending on if you want to open like a door with a bomb or whatever, and like then you want to stun an enemy and you just like plant the bomb right there.
Yep.
In the early game, I got usually used to swapping back to arrows right away most of the time. If you don't specifically need a bomb again right away.
Yeah, I usually do that too, but early game I often forget. Fortunate, you don't get punished for doing that though, just because the act of using tools doesn't cause enemies to move.
Yep.
So using the wrong tool is just going to make you feel silly. It's not going to let enemies move and attack you. And then also swinging your sword will will cause enemies to move. So that's a technique that's used to kind of kill time for moving enemies without you having to move yourself.
Yeah. Also, I think a bomb explodes after 6 steps, if I'm correct. Though I'm not entirely sure. I have 5 or 6 steps.
Along
So
with
it's
how many steps
not a
you
timing
get
thing.
Yeah, along with how many steps you get, well, for enemies to unstun. Crab here can be a bit of a jerk sometimes as far as blocking it off. Hop back in here after I'm done here before the boss for a safety seat.
Yeah, you maybe see the other 2 tiles. They just health and magic refill, and the third one is the save point.
Yeah.
So this puzzle is just a clock face. Basically, you need to do 9 o'clock in order to open the door to the switch, and then doing midnight will open a secret room that gives us a helmet called the Jute helmet. It's a little bit of a defense upgrade, but the main reason we want it is, I believe, for confusion protection. Certain
Exactly.
Yeah, certain pieces of armor give you status protection, and confusion in particular is very important in a lot of parts of the run.
Yeah.
The game is very bad in telling you what equipment specifically does in the game, so you have to figure it out by yourself or use a guide for that.
I mean, not only is it bad, it just straight up doesn't tell you.
It doesn't tell you, yeah.
Yep.
Like, for weapons it does it sometimes, but equipment-wise it usually doesn't do that.
Alright, so I like to say that Regal Goblin is the first kind of really random and inconsistent boss in the game, and then Camu is the first hard boss, as far as you having to just make a lot of on-the-fly decisions about what to do to kind of maximize getting through the fight fast, but say living through it too. So this guy has a pretty wide variety of things he can do. Like, we've only seen him do regular punches so far. He can also use Sleep Stinger, which can put you to sleep, like that. He can summon goons, which you want to kill ASAP, and then he has an AoE attack called Buster Attack as well.
Yeah. So ideally, you just want to see like some normal attacks on the front row, so they can fill up their IP buff for Thunder Blast usage, because he's weak to Thunder, so any Thunder attack he uses will do double damage. Which effectively means if you use Thunder Blast, you can see you do quite a bit of damage there. He has 1500 HP. The biggest problem is if he summons the companions are really strong too, especially in the front row. What puwexil did is he bought the Gale spell, which is an ice spell. The goons are weak to ice. What a manipulated run would do if they decide, hey, we need the goons in order to manipulate drops or whatever, you can just use 2 big boomers to kill them. But big boomers, which are the upgrades for boomerangs, are very expensive at this point, so we only have a very limited amount of it, which is why puwexil bought Gale for Tia, so she can use that on one of the goons, and then you only need 1 more big boomer to get rid of them.
Maximum you can get like 10 big boomers at this point if you get really good money. And
if you sell the Witch Ring too, because that's worth 1500. I like holding on to the Witch Ring for this and Tarantula, just so that Tia's healing is stronger.
Yeah.
I also do that now. It's very, very good. Like, Witch Ring is very good though.
So if
he spams the Buster Attack move here, you can get away. Like, you usually need to heal with Tia and Maxim in the same turn. You can get away with skipping a heal on Guy from time to time. Like the first 2-3 Buster attacks, you can skip healing Guy. That first thing is it improves the IP build on Guy for this fight and the next fight, and secondly is Guy is very tanky here, so
that Guy is just not getting IP.
I kind of actually want to have Guy leave with quite a bit of IP here for the next boss. That'd be nice, but Oh well.
Yep.
No drop, huh?
Ah, shucks. I guess I moved wrong in the screen and got off Manip.
This guy also drops a jewel, the Camu jewel, which is also pretty strong, like stat-wise, and would sell for a good amount of money as well. But it's only a 2% drop, so getting this drop randomly is just not happening, actually. Like, unlike the catfish jewel, which you can see once in a while, this one you should probably never see.
That was actually kind of on the slow side as far as Camu fights. Like, I never really had to struggle to stay alive at any point, but because he just kind of stopped attacking Maxim and Guy a couple times, I wasn't getting IP, and the amount of damage I was doing per turn plummeted as a result.
Yeah, the one thing that can happen in this fight is like if you're really on the lower end, so if Tia didn't get a lot of level ups, what could have happened because the very easy Regal Goblin, so he can snipe single target snipe Tia here, and can result in a really nasty fight maybe. And you maybe saw it, there were like some 3 chests behind the boss, and yeah, we just automatically got teleported out, and the 3 chests have some very, very good items, so you can guess what's coming up now.
Yep, hence why we were laughing about how we learned to love this tower when we run the game. 'Cause, yeah, we made the poor choice of wanting to get Guy's sister to safety rather than loot the chests that Camu was guarding, so now we have to make about a 2.5 or so minute detour to go back up and get them, which is a lot of time, but it is very, very well worth it, both short term and long term, as far as the items that we get.
Yeah.
So then, little minor thing I do throughout the run too is that just because when I'm doing overworld walks, I'm going to be periodically going into the menu in order to reset my step counter towards getting into overworld encounters. If I have menuing that I need to do, like in that case, just healing for safety, I'll combine it with one of my overworld cancels. Like on my way to the tower, I did my run and back row setup at that time too.
So the tower climb is pretty much exactly the same, except you don't need to pick up the key anymore.
Yeah, or the jute helmet.
Yeah, exactly.
But unfortunately, all of the puzzles and switches reset when I left the first time, so I have to redo all of that. Seeing some love for the music in chat too, which yeah, I mean this game has a very, very good soundtrack. I mean, I'm not gonna say like that every single track is a banger from start to finish, but there's no music in this game that I think is bad, and like in particular the game's 2 boss themes and a lot of music used for dungeons and cutscenes late in the game is just phenomenal.
I mean, I have one track I would call not bad, but like, you know, it can be you know, the autumn track, you know.
Oh yes.
It might be haunting though.
Thought you were gonna
that
say,
might be one.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say the cave theme.
That's a bit of a sad one. I wish the cave had more music. The tracks are not really terrible, but it's only 3, right? So
Yep.
and they are kind of samey.
Yeah, this game has just so much good dungeon music to pull from, and they didn't make great choices as far as using it in the ancient cave.
I mean, what is really bugging me personally is that the music resets every single time you pick up a chest, so...
That doesn't help either, no?
Yeah. So we're almost done. I don't need to do the double clock puzzle to get into the secret treasure room. I just need to get to the switch so I can get to the top floor. Alright, so then we get 3 pretty nice items here. The Camu armor is probably actually the least useful of the 3, but it's nice armor that we'll be equipping. Pearl Brace gives us paralysis resistance and some nice stat bonuses. And then the fire dagger is the weapon that is basically a hard requirement to be able to kill the next boss quickly. Because it's a fire elemental weapon that guy can use.
Yeah,
Camu has a little interesting thing. It has attack power buff on it, so it's late game and it's equipped on Guy though to give him some more physical strength, kind of.
Yeah, that's a small boost to attack power and strength as well.
Also makes immune to poison, which is, well, not really helpful, but it's a thing.
Poison is pretty ineffective in this game as far as killing you, but it can waste your time as far as the poison ticks at the end of turns.
I'm sure we're gonna see that very
yep.
soon.
Very, very soon, in fact. Alright, so the deal here is that, yeah, like Voltus said, we're just kind of good people doing good things. We go to this town and find out that there's a glass shop that's behind on its rent to a greedy rich person that owns the town, basically. And we're going to this cave that there's rumors of an apple made out of rubies that he'll pay us a lot of money for. So one of the things you can do in this cave is actually fight some bees here for chances to get a bee rock drop, which is something we will eventually need. And if we get it early, it can help a little bit with stats too. But I generally just skip that because the bee encounters aren't fast to fight. And I mean, what are the odds for the bee rock? I know they're not super high.
Well, I don't exactly know.
From this one, probably 8%, probably, but I would have to check that. It's not very high, but I did get one when I did it yesterday, so it can't be too bad.
Yeah. Well, I got an old sword a couple weeks ago, so anything can happen.
That's true.
I mean, there's a lot of good things in this cave, but they take forever to pick up, and like they're not super extremely helpful, but they help a little bit. But for the time you need to pick them up, it's just not worth it, unfortunately.
Yeah, and we're already at the boss too. This is a pretty short dungeon if you just go straight for the boss. All right, so Camu is a rough boss. Tarantula is even worse in a couple ways. In particular, this attack here, Poison Shower, which hits my whole party for a lot of damage.
Oh, you got poisoned. Shocking.
Yep. Yeah, the poison is inconsequential as far as damage in most cases. I have had it actually matter a few times.
Yeah, so you can tackle the fight in two like little different ways. You can equip the Pearl Brace on Tia, or you keep the mini shield on her. The difference is, like, if you keep the mini shield, you can attack buff on Guy to do more damage. But if Tia can get paralyzed in that case, and if you equip the Pearl Brace on Tia, she's immune to paralyze and takes a little bit less damage. And the problem is you can't get paralyzed, as you can see here. So puwexil kept the mini shield on Tia in this case.
Yeah, this boss has 2000 HP, which at this point in the game is quite a bit, actually. That's quite a bit, and it hits really hard. And as you can see, like, all the status effect it can inflict can make this fight, even casually, ridiculous. Like, it's especially hard if you don't have the fire dagger to actually do some damage, because once you deal 1500 damage to the Tarantula, it will start actually using Stronger, which is a heal spell, and it will heal itself for about 180 HP every turn. And if you can't deal more than that damage in one turn, you are in an infinite loop.
And it's also the reason why we wanted some IP on Guy beforehand, because he in this fight is very helpful with the fire dagger to use the IP attack on it, which does like around 600 damage. So it's very helpful.
And we're getting robbed because of the summon.
No. So, oh yeah, we didn't talk about that yet. So there is obviously a front and back row. Like in boss fights, they start out like neutral, so there is like no real row there. They are handled like they are in the front row. But if they summon goons, which a lot of bosses in this game actually do, they can either summon them in the front or in the back row, and depending on where they summon them, like if they summon the goon in the front row, the boss will move to the back row. If they summon them in the back row, the boss will be in the front row, which is kind of annoying, if you will.
Yeah, so that summon happening robbed me of about 100 damage from the IP attack.
Yeah.
Tarantula really wants the viewers to hear more of the game's awesome boss theme, apparently. I've seen casual players take upwards of half an hour to kill this thing, too, for the reasons Vegas mentioned earlier.
If you don't have the weapon, it's just so hard to kill this boss.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. We picked up the insect crush beforehand, and this boss is obviously an insect, as you can see, but unfortunately the attack power on the insect crush is just too low to justify the damage on it.
Oh.
Alright, so I'll gladly take a first try at Tarantula without any real shenanigans with like lots of characters getting paralyzed and having to rely on luck to not die before I can unparalyze them. But just the number of strongers that it did made it a little on the slow side. We also never saw it use Spiderweb, which is an agility debuff attack, and if that happened, we'd need to have Maxim use IP from his speedy ring in order to make it so he continues to be faster than Tarantula. Get any antidote drops, so I guess Tia gets to be poisoned for a while.
You can go to the church and cure it if you want to.
I'm not. It's 2 fights where that it's gonna matter for.
Yeah, so that goes up for any status effect. Like, the game has churches here, just like in Dragon Quest pretty much. You can save there and cures the status and revive. Pretty much like Dragon Quest, more or less.
And then each status effect has its own unique item for curing it too. Poison is antidote.
Yep. There is no remedy.
Yeah, I was using mystery pins during the Tarantula fight for paralysis. If someone actually went to sleep during the Camu fight, I'd use an awake to fix that, and then we get shrieks later, which cures confusion.
Yeah, don't think too hard about the names of the items.
Yeah, but... Alright, so this is something that I would actually skip in a PB attempt, but just for marathon safety, I'm getting the flash spell for Maxim, just because there's a boss in about an hour where Maxim having the flash spell could be a really big deal in certain scenarios.
You would have to get awfully unlucky, but, you know, I mean, it's a marathon run, so you better be prepared for that scenario.
No cores. That's what I was awing about. Because, starting on this island, you can get what this game's equivalent of metal slimes, which are called cores. Unlike metal slimes, cores are extremely easy to kill if they do not run away. In the full game, as opposed to the ancient cave, cores only exist on the overworld, so you can't use the reset spell to farm them in dungeons, which I'm sure is why they're not in dungeons in the base game.
Yeah.
This is also where we finally are able to buy the first revival item, too. Up until now, if somebody actually died, it would be kind of a big deal. It's still a big deal going forward, because in addition to having to revive someone if they die, they lose all of their IP. But it's less of a problem now that I have regains.
Yeah. If in any of the boss fights that we had before this, if somebody died, it would be a very bad situation. You could technically use miracles to revive the character.
Yeah, and that's actually that's the backup strat for Regal Goblin. If Tia dies, is to use a miracle on her.
But you lose 1,000 gold then, and that's not ideal.
Yeah, there is a backup route where you can. After you kill Regal Goblin, you go into another part of the cave and get a power brace, which you can then sell for 1,000 gold at the cost of about 40 seconds or so. So if I'd have had a bad Regal Goblin fight and had to use a miracle, that's what I would have done to recover. And you have to do it when you're ready to leave the cave, too, just because of the nature of that part of the cave where you get trapped in a combat room. Alright, so now we're getting introduced to Salon, who's our next ally. She's kind of like a better version of Tia for all intents and purposes, as far as a mage-type character that can also
I
get
like
better
the
stuff.
way you worded that. I like it very much.
Yeah. So Salon is the captain of the army, basically for Parcelite Kingdom, and just for reasons, I guess, the king is sending her and us to go to a nearby shrine to find a treasure sword. It looks like a sword, but it's really a treasure. Kicking things off with this moving platform puzzle room here that has some really, really nice items we're picking up too, some of which we'll be using for the entire rest of the game.
And that's one really cool thing about this game, actually. Like, every dungeon has some sort of unique item, at least one in it, that is actually very useful in a specific way. Which is really, so it makes it worth it to explore the dungeons, actually, for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, and there's a lot of hidden treasure rooms that you can find by like finding secret passages and walls and stuff. So it gives you very rewarding feelings to kind of full clear dungeons. Then late in the game, you can also get an item called the Jewel Sonar, which tells you how many chests there are left in the dungeon to help for looting too. And the game does track your treasures too. When you get stats after you finish the game that tells you how many treasure chests you found. So it's really nice for completionists.
It also tells you how often you ran away from combat. Which is one way to tell how many random encounters you actually got, because you are never forced to run away from encounter.
Picking up a accessory called the Bat Rock, which I'm just going to be selling later. I think the first time I found this Mind Ring room was my first speed run too. I don't know if I ever found this casually.
It's hard to see, but you can see the little opening in the top right, yeah. Can't blame somebody if they missed it in their casual playthrough.
I call this the Conga Lion room here with the golems. Then this puzzle room, which is actually different than in the Japanese version for some reason, trips a lot of people up their first playthrough too, just because the puzzle rooms have hint tiles in them, like you see in the northwest corner here, that are pretty good as far as kind of telling you what the goal of the puzzle is. But for this one, it doesn't really tell you that you can line up blocks diagonally, and it still counts.
Yeah, I remember the first time I played this game, the third room was not nice. Until I figured out, oh wait, okay. Doing a little bit of setup here for the next boss.
Yeah, we're getting Maxim going with the cold rapier that I picked up for being able to do ice elemental damage. Basically getting our party set up so that we have two means of using Battle Lust, which is going to be important for this kind of the second phase of this fight. And then also getting Tia's magic stat as high as possible.
Oh. So these are the clowns, Pierre and Danielle. So the blue one right here is obviously, because he's blue, he's weak to ice and water, duh. And the red one would be weak to fire and lightning, duh, of course. I mean, that's just how it works, because they're jesters, right? But the first two times we're gonna fight these is pretty much freebies. Like, we're just going to be attacking with the strongest, with Maxim and try to keep up our HP. There's nothing really like interesting to these fights, more or less. They can either use an AoE spell or laugh at you to waste their turn, which they sometimes do, but that's not really a big deal. The problem is once we've done the first two fights once, the party will realize, wait a minute, they come back every time. What's going on here? And then we will have to split up in parties of 2 and fight the clowns, and that's when they actually become dangerous, because the AoE spells they use and everything, they do split the damage actually. So if you're only 2 party members, it's slightly stronger, which is why we had a bit of a setup earlier to make sure that we are able to heal up when we're in parties of 2. And not just like die to their attacks.
I'm still getting thrown off a little too by Maxim outspeeding Tia because of the Eagle Rock. I had Tia defend just because it was dead to the next hit, and Maxim attacking is a faster animation than casting the Gale spell, and I'm used to defending with Tia on the last turn. And this, it's kind of same general idea for the first fight with Danielle too, exploiting the fire weakness and healing up. This is a good time to talk about what I call selective multi-targeting, which is a really, really cool thing that this game's battle system lets you do, where when you use AoE effect magic, you actually get to choose the number of targets instead of having it either have to be one or all of them, like in most other RPGs of the era. So in this case, I'm leaving Guy out of the healing so that the healing is more effective on the other 3 characters. Guy is very tanky at this point and just doesn't really need to be healed under most circumstances before I win the fight.
Yeah, and the less HP he has, and when he gets hit, the more IP he gains. And if he gets IP before we have to fight with him in the duo battle, the fight is a lot faster.
I knew I was going to die on the 3rd turn if I used Flash with Salon, so I did that instead of healing. Alright, so now we're moving on to the second stage of the Clowns fights, like Megas was talking about, where instead of 4v1, it's now 2v1. It's really funny, too, if you have a Capsule Monster at this point. The Capsule Monster is in both fights, even though they're taking place at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah, so the only dangerous thing here, actually, like, if you know that all that they can do is cast spells pretty much, the only dangerous thing is that Pierre over here does have the Fireball spell, which, unlike every other spell, is not AoE, it is single target, and it hurts. So we specifically, for that reason, want to have Tia with the Mind Ring equipped here to use Stronger instead of just Strong, because 2 Fireball spells would be enough to kill a character.
Yeah, and if Pierre punches Tia, it's just as bad, too.
Yeah. Tia specifically for this reason does have the Pearl Brace on, because the Pearl Brace does give you 80% resistance to fire, which is making Fireball do like 20 damage to her. Otherwise she would just straight up die from Fireball, like just straight up.
And optimally, the Clown does enough damage to Maxim that I'm able to do 2 Glacial Blasts to save a turn.
Easy. And Danielle is kind of a joke still, because like he can only AoE his things, so as long as you heal every turn, you're fine.
Yeah, and also Guy and Salon are just kind of better at what they do for these purposes than Maxim and Tia.
I hear some favoritism, I don't know. You are right, sir, but I do hear favoritism.
Basically just got... Yeah, the Clowns have 1200 HP each, and an IP attack will generally do about 600 damage, I want to say, especially from Guy.
Yeah.
lost track of where I was since I didn't have enough to use it right away. That last turn might have been where I could. Okay, yeah, last turn is where I could have had Salon do flash instead of healing to end it a turn faster. But since the clown just laughed, it didn't matter. Yeah, if the audio muted for anybody else, apologies for that. Back now.
Did you hit a hotkey?
No, I bumped my headset cord by mistake.
Oh, I see. Ah, okay, makes sense. Happened. Yeah, so like story-wise, we go back, we bring the sword, we're getting a pat on the back, good job. There's a treasure in the basement we can get. I'm not sure if you will or not. No idea. It's not anything too special, but it's an armor for girls that is reasonably powerful and has a decent healing IP for the time being, but not too important. Then a messenger comes in and says some dude just went to the city that is a neighbor of Parcelites and just completely destroyed it all by himself. And we're like, wait, that can't be, we have to investigate. And Celan wants to do it all on her own, but we're like, no, you're coming with us, it's fine.
Yeah, and then once we cross over to where Gordovan is, this is where we want to start kind of gradually start getting more aggressive with overworld menu cancels too. This is where the random encounters just start to become a little more problematic.
Yeah, this is the point where some formations will just outspeed you, and you will see like attack animations from enemies if you try to run. So this is where you want to be starting to be really careful about that in the game. Like from here on until pretty much the entire rest of the game, you do want to be more vigilant about that.
Well, that
Also,
was
the
a little
sport
that was a little trolly there.
Yeah. Some of the puzzles, quote unquote, in this game are questionable, like that.
Especially ones that are wholly dependent on what enemies do. There's a much worse one coming up in a bit too. Alright, so here we pick up our next tool, the hook shot. We'll be seeing a lot of this throughout the rest of the game, because in addition to being able to hook pillars like we're doing here as kind of a little tutorial, you can also use it to stun enemies, similar to arrows. I believe the animation is a little bit slower than the arrows, but you need to use the hook shot a lot for getting through dungeons. So there's a lot of situations where I'll just use the hook shot for stuns too.
Yeah, there's no point in switching, like, you know, for stunning. That would waste so much time.
Directed. Alright, so ordinarily I would actually go to the first floor to pick up an Eagle Rock, but since I got that as a random drop in Lake Cave, I'm just going to skip it. I know there's some strats you can use later in the game that involve 2 Eagle Rocks, but I do not know those yet. Or if it would be worth the detour to get the second Eagle Rock.
Good question. I'd have to double check again. Probably not. I don't know.
Nice non-committal answer.
It's been a couple of years since that has been last done, so yeah.
This is another puzzle room that's different from the Japanese version. I don't know why they changed the one in the Treasure Sword Shrine, but I know they changed that one because the Japanese version of the puzzle has a cross in it, and they do not like crosses in 90s Nintendo console games.
Any church reference, like, pretty much gets censored. And I believe that's also why the shrine puzzles are different, but I can't quite remember why. There was a reference to church somehow, but I don't remember in what way.
A little uncommon for that goblin to just camp out there instead of moving away from the door. Alright, so we reached the top in search of the mysterious giant that destroyed Gordovan.
So this boss has 7,500 HP.
Yep.
Have fun.
Yep. He does have a pretty nice drop if you beat him, though.
He does. What do you mean if?
And a pretty good battle theme, too. Alright, so yeah, for the first encounter with Gades, the first of the Sinistrals that the game is named after, you can beat him, but you are very much not meant to, especially in a new game playthrough, as opposed to a retry mode playthrough. And it's it's impossible for us to beat him at these levels, even with manipulation, as I understand it. So we take the loss to.
I haven't tried. Probably possible though. You would
yeah,
very much
because there is a speedrun category called Defeat Gordovan Gades, but I believe that's done on retry mode primarily, so you have higher levels coming here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you do, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I said if you do beat Gades, you get a Gades blade from him, which is a pretty nice weapon. Though it sadly is useless against undead.
Yeah, it's one of the very few shadow elemental weapons actually, which there's not a lot of those in the entire game. It does have a killer IP attack though, Octo Strike, which basically just get 8 attacks in one turn. Pretty good.
And then also the fact that you that we have a scripted death to Gades is also why I never bothered curing Tia being poisoned from the Tarantula too, just because when you die to Gades, you get any status conditions removed as well. You also lose all of your IP too, so that's why I was pretty gung ho with like using a stronger spell on Tia during the Clown's fight, just because I'm gonna lose it anyway at Gades, so there's really no point in conserving.
Yeah, so now that we had 4 party members for a while, the game's like, this is too easy for you. Let's pull your tank out of the party. Have fun. So guy gets called back because his sister is doing slightly worse, so he should go visit there, which he does, and we are going to keep moving forward with Tia and Salon alone to find out how to stop Gades.
Yeah, and then on my way to Gordovan Tower, I just popped in and out of the town of Gordovan specifically to be able to warp there later too. Though I don't have to go into the town at all as part of the story.
Yeah.
I like how we just kind of knew that the barrier around that door is gone now too. Alright, so we got a big shopping trip here in the town of Merix.
Yeah, there's a bunch of really good stuff here. There is a weapon called the Gladius here, which is, I believe, the first holy elemental weapon we get access to. We're not quite going to be using that just yet, but we definitely want to make sure that at least Salon has some upgraded armor for the next part. Then we have to make sure we have enough big boomers going forward, because they are still going to be one of the best things we can throw to kill random encounter formations, and we do have to fight some force ones. And we do want to buy our first tier 2 spell for Salon as well, which is going to be very helpful on the next gauntlet of bosses that we have.
Yeah, we talked about the fireball spell during the clowns fight. It's a really nice single target fire spell. And I also bought the trick spell, which based on the name, you might think it's a spell that like increases your evasion or intelligence or something, but no, it increases your attack power, and I'll be using that very late in the run.
The translation of some of the things is interesting.
Yeah, and the fan translation patch that I did my last casual playthrough on, and I do recommend for playing this game casually nowadays, trick is actually tweak. Alright, it's grabbing a high magic potion. Go ahead.
I do wonder though, because like most of the things are of course like the same as they are in Lufia 1, how much they just had to take over from there. That's like trick is also a spell in Lufia 1, so I don't know if they had to like keep it that way.
Because I know, as I understand it, in the Japanese version, at least of Lufia 1, the names of the spells are just kind of nonsense combinations of syllables. They don't really mean anything in Japanese.
Mostly, yeah, which is why I was able to actually read that too. It's very simple stuff there, yeah. But very easy to identify.
So this cave bridge puzzle, speaking of Lufia 1, I kind of view this cave bridge segment as kind of a throwback reference to Lufia 1, just because there's a pretty notorious quest you have to do in Lufia 1 to repair a bridge. And you're doing more or less the same thing here. I thought the stun was good for one more tile.
It's a bit more obnoxious in Lufia 1 than this one. This one is just go through the dungeon and then the person will repair the bridge. In Lufia 1 you have to go through a dungeon multiple times with like teleporting to 4 different towns and stuff like that. It's a bit more obnoxious.
It's going to take a reset here. Okay, I'm getting really trolled by the enemy movements here.
Oh, they lock you out of reset? That's new.
Today
I didn't
learned,
know that.
Yeah.
That's
Alright,
fun.
I'll just take the risk of the surprise attack here.
I have never seen the game actually locking you out of reset. That's fun.
Yeah, because like for the combat room in Regal Goblin's cave, they prevent you from resetting to get out of it by making it so that if you reset, you just go back to the start of the combat room where the spikes block you in, but that you can still do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Usually you can still at least use it, and it will do something, even if you don't like it. But yeah, first time I see it actually decline it.
But yeah, that was unfortunately extremely slow. If I had gotten a little more cooperative movements from the enemies, I could have just stunned 1 or 2 of them and then snuck up and then killed the required one to move the monsters from the cave.
Yeah. We do not want to fight much extra battles. Our big boomers are still like pretty much hand counted. Like we need almost every one of them in a worst case scenario.
Now we're getting to meet more or less the best character both in the game, both for combat purposes and story purposes, too. Dakar, who's a I forget if he's a knight or a mercenary, but he's very, very good at fighting and not really too good at thinking. We also get introduced to a recurring antagonist for the next leg of the story, too, a guy by the name of Idura, attacking Dakar's kingdom with a bunch of monsters. We also kind of find out that the prince of this kingdom is thinks a little more highly of his combat prowess than he should, and kind of I guess the running joke is that Dakar is always following behind and bailing him out of sticky situations that the prince gets into.
The prince got at least 2 XP for that jelly. I mean...
Yeah, but... There's a lot of dialogue we have to get through before we can actually move on here. Good opportunity, I guess, to talk about how text mashing works in this game. So you actually do not, as much dialogue as I'm having to get through to progress the story, you actually don't have to mash at all. This game has kind of the nice property that you can use either the A or the L button on your controller in order to buffer closing text boxes on the first possible frame. But unfortunately, you can't just hold one of those. You have to alternate between them, and doing so optimally for conversations that have very short text boxes in them is pretty challenging. Always a little disappointed too that we don't get to hear Dakar's theme music yet, even in all these cutscenes that introduce him. But we'll get that later. All right. So the idea is that Idura ran off to this nearby labyrinth. The prince went off to defeat him, and the king just kind of rolled his eyes and told Dakar, and by extension us, to go bail him out.
The fun part is we weren't invited or anything. We just stand in the throne room, we look at that, and we're like, yep, let's go.
Yep. Good people doing good things. And you would pull off here because of having the Eagle Rock early. Kind of spaced out of it too. Normally I would actually cast the escape spell to just leave the dungeon and re-enter there, but the reset spell is fine too. This means you have to avoid that enemy a second time. Got this kind of silly puzzle here where you have to trap the stairs in the bottom there to actually use it. A lot of optional rooms you can go to in this dungeon for treasure, but we're just heading straight for the end.
Yeah, we got the best treasure already with the Thunder Ring. If you have the Thunder Ring equipped, your Thunder Elemental spells will do more damage.
Just did a fun glitch with that bridge puzzle too, as far as setting off an extra bomb after the animation of the bridge rising started. Let me move during it, and there's a less fun result of that glitch that can happen, I believe, if you just do it too quickly, where the bridge starts moving up and then just doesn't stop and loops around the whole world.
Yep, for 4 minutes, literally 4 minutes.
So the boss fight here, we do not actually fight Idura directly yet. This is kind of just Idura showing who he is, that he doesn't fight us directly. He just summons a bunch of monsters to take care of us. And we have 2 fights back to back. If we could menu between them, we'd use more aggressive strategies. But because we want to be prepared for the second fight, we're killing 3 of the mummies that we get a few spare turns to heal before finishing up the fight.
Yep.
I think we might have misspoke a bit earlier too, talking about Fireball being single target. Pierre's Fireball is single target. Ours can be multi-targeted.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm doing a slightly safer approach to this fight, and I'm glad I did, because you can kill these trolls in one turn if you just fully AoE the Fireball, but if any of your characters get paralyzed or killed, then it gets a lot scarier.
Yeah, these trolls honor their name with the paralysis. We have the Pro Brace on Salon, so she's protected, but outside of that they can paralyze Max and Martia. Which is not ideal, but we got through it. If Tia dies here, it doesn't matter. We kind of want to keep Salon and Max alive though for IP Like we do not want them to lose it.
Yeah, both of them need a lot of IP in the future, in the near term for Maxim, and a little further down the road for Salon.
Mm-hmm.
This is also Tia's last fight too. She's gonna be leaving afterwards.
And one thing the game doesn't tell you, like a good game would just give you her equipment and, you know, call it a day, but not this game. If you don't remove any equipment from her, she will just quote-unquote take it with her. You can get it back later somewhere, but you have to buy it.
A forfeit
It's a bit
island?
awkward. Yeah, it's a bit awkward, but, you know, you want to make sure that you just grab everything she has on her.
Oh yeah, we get to see the fun text glitch, by the way, the US version too. We get the rod equip, the toga equip, the close ship, and yeah. the US release of this game had some pretty serious issues. It's specifically when you use the L and R buttons to page between menus, it doesn't clear out the text that was in there before. So the last dungeon was just Maxim and the ladies, and then the next dungeon is going to be a bro adventure with Maxim, Guy, and Dakar, and that makes this next dungeon, which is pretty long, actually, have a unique vibe to it, where Maxim is your only mage at all.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, he was kind of the big damage dealer for now, with like the big attack, and now it's reverse. Like, he's actually the spellcaster in the back row.
Yeah, and that's why I grabbed the high magic potion in the cave bridge too, just for safety purposes, in case I need to do a lot of healing in the ancient tower and Maxim runs low on magic. So we're more or less just finding out here that Gades just wants to destroy everything. Like, he came to visit the king of Bound while we were off chasing down Idura, and just announced that he's going to destroy the kingdom, and I think also destroy Parcelite via a tower nearby called the Ancient Tower, so that's where we're going next. Safety save before leaving, just because there's some kind of dangerous stuff that can happen in the earlier parts of this tower. But swapping Maxim out of the front row, just because, yeah, he's my back row mage for this dungeon, and then combining it with one of my Overworld encounter resets for efficiency. Yeah, now we finally get to play with Dakar, who's more or less just the best fighter type character in the game. So there's 2 combat rooms in this tower where we just have to kill all of the monsters in order to unlock the door. And we try to manipulate preemptives on them, although for most of them it's not guaranteed. It's what, 50-50 to get a preemptive if you're facing their side.
Yep.
Did get lucky by getting preempts on both of them. Manipulate that enemy that moves perpendicular to us to step on the switch, and stay on it to keep the door open. It's just a hookshot puzzle.
By the way, this dungeon has an additional puzzle in the Japanese version. It wasn't the big empty room we just passed by.
Okay, I was not aware of that actually.
Yeah. There's a platform puzzle where you have to step on the tiles and turn them like from dark to white or other way around.
The teleporter there, yeah. This is where we start seeing teleporting enemies, which are extremely obnoxious. And fortunately, they generally do have a tell where you get a little warning on what tile they're going to reappear on before they actually do so. And so when you're dealing with teleporters, just for safety, you generally want to do stutter stepping so that you have more time to react to seeing where they're going to appear, and preferably not on top of you. Messed up the preempt setup here, but fortunately it didn't really matter because it's just two of them. These snakes can be...
It's kind of fine though, because you want to have some damage on Guy to fill his IP to make the holy energy possible maybe on Gades coming up.
Yeah. And then this last fight is, I believe, the only one where you can more or less guarantee a preemptive. And you really want it to, just because that hilarious-looking frog with the pipe there can, I think, put you to sleep. I know it does either sleep or confusion if it actually gets turns.
It's sleep, and I had a couple times though that even I stunned this enemy and he just turned around and when it unfreeze.
Yeah, he can just turn around. It doesn't happen often, but it can.
And I'm just making a little safety detour here to pick up a miracle. I normally skip this in a PB attempt. Yeah, again, miracles are this game's equivalent of elixirs. It's full HP, MP recovery, and also revive.
Yeah, you're never gonna revive spell except from Ardi later on, so...
And Lexus, too.
Yeah, Lexus also has one, but most, like, a lot of death can happen, like, when Ardi joins. And
So
if Ardi dies, you only
it's
have 3
very timely
games.
when Ardi joins.
Mm.
And it picked up a jewel called the Pumpkin Jewel, which I believe raises your magic power and magic defense, along with giving you a nice IP attack against certain enemy types. Phase's shield gives you some speed. Got all the chests that we're going to be picking up here, so time to start getting set up for Gades. Gades, being a very evil being, is weak against the holy element, so we're giving Guy the Gladius we bought earlier, which is naturally holy element, and then Dakara gets the undead ring, which you wouldn't really think it from the name, but it makes your attacks do holy elemental damage. Almost got me.
Yeah, the Pfizer shield is something really interesting because it has agility on it, which boosts the speed when the characters get the turn. And specifically Maxim in the mid game now, we equip him in the way that we make him faster than certain bosses though coming up.
That is unfortunate, but at least Maxim survived. Maxim loses his IP here. That's a really big problem for Gades. Off in my baiting of the bull there.
Ole.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. If character dies off, they lose all their IP, so... It can, specifically for like very tight runs, it can ruin a lot of boss fights, because you rely on your IP for a lot of fights coming up.
Hey.
Huh.
Yeah, we were talking back in Gordovan Tower about how puzzles that are reliant on random enemy movements are annoying, and this one is worse than that previous one, but I got very good luck with the skeleton hitting the goal for the monster race in only 2 moves. Like that skeleton can waste a lot of your time if it deigns to.
You don't have to pick the skeleton, but it just has the highest chance mathematically to like do it. Just move on it. So you'd be foolish to pick anything else, really, especially the left side. But yeah,
Everything can happen.
So now we actually fight Gades for real. He's got to enjoy his rockin' boss theme for a little longer. Just because we don't have a dedicated mage besides Maxim, just healing up the damage that Gades does is kind of is pretty special in this fight, because we want to keep Maxim alive at all costs because he's my healer, and in order to have him recover from Gades punching him with a single target attack, we have to only do a 2-way heal. So we kind of have to make choices throughout the fight on whether Dakar or Guy gets left out.
Usually, Dakar is, as before, like Guy, Dakar is very tanky, so you can't skip a heal on him if he's not getting devastated all the time.
Yeah, Devastation is Gades' worst attack. It's just a strong single target physical attack. There it comes. Guy will be able to do his IP on the next turn. If that doesn't happen, hate to see it.
The worst part is that you
Poor
can't
Guy.
get stronger now. Yeah, Gades can do that kind of thing where he just keeps single targeting. Maxim has no AP, can't get stronger. You have a tough time actually keeping up the healing.
Yeah, I should have used the miracle before we do it. If the card doesn't kill him.
Oh man. Rude.
That's where the manipulation would come in handy, because you would know where Gades would attack, which slot he would attack, so you can switch the characters around and be like, okay, Dakar goes here now, so he soaks the damage in.
Gades knows this is his only time to shine, actually.
Yeah, he's probably gonna die this turn, because he only has 3,000 health in this fight. He's a lot weaker than when he beat you, for no real reason in the story, too. Okay, that could have been a pretty good fight if he just hadn't killed Guy when he did, because I think he probably would have died that turn between Dakar attacking him and Guy's IP.
Yeah, it's always like, everybody's alive now, but it's always unfortunate if somebody is dead at the end of a boss fight, because you get so much experience and for the characters, and since you dodge all the random encounters, your main level ups come from all the bosses.
Yeah, I mean, like, I could have just powered through and just tried to kill him at that point without trying to get Guy back up, and I probably would have done that too in a like a PB attempt. But for a marathon run, I really want to avoid having characters miss out on boss experience whenever I can. Alright, so with Gades defeated, find out that Gades has had a trick up his sleeve, which I remember when Feral Pigman ran this for Limit Break, he was pointing out that that's a very frequently recurring thing in this game, that you beat a boss, but they have some kind of final surprise waiting for you afterwards. And in this case, it's that Gades was still able to activate, like, the Doomsday device or whatever it is in this tower that he was going to use to sink the island where Parcelite is.
Yeah, there's a lot of these devices in random towers or shrines in this game, and I don't understand why. It
specifically always targets Parcelite, though.
It's good.
Goofed a little bit with my movement there. Like, optimally, you'd want to step on the right tile there, but you just need to have the the colored tiles be the same colors in both rooms in order to get through.
Alright. That's it, right? GG, nice
Yep.
run. We saved the world.
We beat the big guy who had the unique battle music, and yeah, I'm sure Idura is just gonna give up now that we beat his boss.
Wow, you smashed the estimate. Amazing.
Yep. Yeah, I hope the Valkyrie Elysium runner is ready to go. Yeah, so anyway, the defeat of Gades is kind of about the 1/3 point of the run, maybe a little more than that.
This is actually about, like, story-wise, this is about halfway. Ish.
This is also the kind of where they wrap up Tia's character arc too. Kind of the theme for a lot of the cutscenes, especially after Salon joined up, is the characters just realizing that Maxim and Salon have a lot more in common with each other as far as both being warriors who want to fight evil, and Tia was just kind of tagging along because of being worried about Maxim and ultimately wanting him to come home. She kind of realizes that she doesn't really belong on the journey anymore, and takes off. Not to be seen again until the ending. One thing I really appreciate about this game too is that even though, as far as the story and general design at least too, is that even though this is a prequel to the first Lufia game, it works very well as a standalone game too. Like, they don't assume that you know really anything that happened in the first game. Like if you played the first game, you would know straight up that Maxim and Salon get married eventually, but they do kind of have a build up to it happening in the story of the prequel.
Yeah, there was always such a weird thing here in Europe because we never get Lufia 1, and you still get the kind of dialogue at the end where you get the dialogue from Lufia 1 after the game, and it was like, yay, there's a sequel coming up for this game, and you had there was never anything coming. So, and back then we didn't know there was a game already that covered the story basically.
Yeah, and it cracks me up to no end too that they kind of the developers kind of painted themselves into a corner by naming the series Lufia too, given that Lufia is a character in the first game and only the first game. So in order when they released Lufia 2 in Europe, where they didn't get the first game, rather than rename the game to something else, they kept it Lufia, but then renamed the dual blade to the Lufia blade, just to kind of invent a reason to use the name. I find that very funny. This is the longest bit of cutscenes and downtime in the game, where we've got the wedding sequence, and then just kind of this time jump montage showing Maxim and Salon's first year as husband and wife.
We also have the famous autumn song coming up we talked about earlier.
Oh yeah, it's a good call in chat too. The people who localize games are generally different people than who program and develop them in the first place too. And yeah, the people that localized this game could have done a little better for a variety of reasons that we'll be getting into, especially late game. And yeah, this is the music that Magus was mentioning a bit earlier too. That that gets kind of burned into your soul if you do a side quest late in the game called the world's most difficult trick.
If this marathon had donation incentives, I would ask you to do it.
Yep. I mean, if I ever submit this to an actual charity marathon, I'll feel pretty obligated to try to learn how to solve the world's most difficult trick.
You can do it in like what was it, 50 seconds? I think you can do it in like 50 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I know that the fastest solution is still like 116 moves or so, but if you've put a lot of practice into it, you can burn through it pretty fast, I'm sure.
It used to be part of the route, actually, at some point.
Oh, really? For the lizard blow?
For the lizard blow. Yeah.
And After that montage, we get to see the birth of Maxim and Salon's son, Gyros.
Who will be in the next game, no doubt.
Yep, no doubt. But, dun, Idura is back and he's kidnapping our baby. So the next dungeon we have to do with just Maxim and Salon, so having a safety save here just in case anything bad happens before I get to the save point. Oops.
I hope you have your memory picture up.
I do. Yeah, because there's the first real puzzle in this dungeon I like to refer to as the Super Mario Brothers 3 puzzle, just because it's pretty much the same as the item getting puzzle in Super Mario Brothers 3.
Yeah, it's a memory puzzle, so you have to just match the tiles on the floor, and you have like 4 chances, and then the wall releases from the left, and all the monsters come out. You want to go to the left anyway, so you could technically fail 4 times, but you just get overrun by the enemies on the left. So it wouldn't be that good, and they specifically go for Maxim in this case.
Yeah. I still need to put practice into being able to do that fast, and preferably without needing to look at a picture of the solution too. But I mean, I still have other priorities as far as.
Sure about like everybody. Even I use a picture for this as well. I'm not sure about Magus if he's memorizing this.
I used to be able to do it from memory, but
I never did. I really never did
anymore.
memorize the puzzle.
Not anymore.
I'm gonna make sure to stun that Horus too, just so it's not blocking the door when I come back out. Yeah, really don't want to get encounters in this dungeon at all, because since we only have Maxim and Salon for our party, that means that Salon is in the front row by default, and she can die very, very quickly to encounters.
Yeah, specifically you should have IP on Salon at this point from the Mummies and Troll fight, and you kinda need that for Idura fight coming up here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did buy the flash spell for Maxim just for safety for Idura, either in case of Salon dying or in case Idura does like call companions like 4 times in a row or something like that. But,
yeah, my run from Friday, he was calling like companions like I don't know 8 turns in a row or something. So I was stuck and spamming flash on the minions, and it's not even worth it because the money from them or the experience you get is like neglectable. So.
Mm-hmm.
Just a waste of time.
Alright, so I was talking earlier about how in the Ruby Cave where I fought the Tarantula earlier, I could have taken some fights to try to get a B-Rock drop. If I'd have done that, and if I'd have gotten the rock, I'd have been able to skip this little detour here to pick up a B-Rock. And this is the point where we need it too, because the B-Rock gives you more agility than the Eagle Rock does. So having that on Salon along with the rest of the equipment she has is going to make her faster than Idura, and along with Maxim too. So having both of my characters get to go first helps a lot in what's still a fairly dangerous fight, depending on what happens. Alright, so yeah, Idura only has 1500 health, half of what Gades had, so and he's weak against ice. I think Maxim has like no IP after Gades, so I'm not going to be able to use... Okay, never mind. Thought he had no IP after Boons.
What you meant to say is that almost full IP, so we can actually use Glacial Blast.
Yeah. So we get to open up with Glacial Blast. There's basically three things that Idura can do besides punch me. He can use that Thunder attack, he can use another AoE attack called Plasma Blaster, and he can call goons. I'd say Idura Thunder, I would say, is probably his least threatening attack, just because Salon can more or less keep up with the healing just from doing that. If he spams Plasma Blaster, it gets a little dicier, though, just because that does about 10 more damage. If he does it twice, I'll usually have Maxim join in on the healing. Oh, but he's dead, so it doesn't matter. It was actually pretty fast.
That was a good fight.
Yeah. A little scary when he get punched Salon down to low health, and that's also why I bought some extra armor for Salon back in Merrick's. I bought her both an armor and a helmet upgrade, primarily just for extra safety on Idura. I don't know if that actually made the difference there for her surviving that punch, but I'll choose to believe that it did. Yeah, just the way you get a fast fight if he gives Maxim IP and you're able to use Glacial Blast twice. If he summons a lot of goons, then that drags it out.
Yeah, so that's why Salon has the Thunder Ring equipped. Has a oh god, what is it? It's not Thunder. I forgot the name of the spell.
Bolt.
Bolt, yeah. And the goons are weak to Thunder attacks, so it's one attack for them. But if you run out of AP, you have to flash them at Maxim as well, which is the time waste.
Yeah, that's the main reason why I got the flash spell, is just in case I got into a situation on Idura where there were goons out and I didn't have enough IP with Salon. And even then, too, if the goon is in the front row, you can usually still kill it with a flash from Salon and then a sword attack from Maxim. And Dakar, best character in the story, too, because he's got a lot of the best lines there, too, saying that his love is his sword. He doesn't need a significant other. Alright, so the next town, Allen. We're a lot of shopping here. Blizzard, which is an ice attack spell. Stronger, which is a better healing spell. I don't explicitly need it for Maxim, but it makes the next boss safer to have it. Just gonna sell off a lot of stuff that I don't need anymore.
I mean, it technically still has the Mind Ring equipped, so you could stronger with that as well, if you need to.
Mm-hmm.
What I try to do, but I usually got very bad line fights lately, so never got around to use it.
For me, it feels very common to come out of the Idura 1 fight with very little IP on Maxim 2, because I killed him with a Glacial Blast. So yeah, just selling off basically all of the loose gear that I don't need anymore, and then buying the spells I mentioned, and then also a stack of ice balls, which are a consumable combat item that does ice elemental damage to one target. We're gonna have a couple boss fights coming up that are weak against ice. And this is one of the dungeons, too, where we don't have to actually talk to anybody or hit any story triggers in order to be able to get in and get to the boss. So after shopping, we just immediately leave and head for the Phantom Tree Mountain. The story at this point is that we're trying to get wood to build a ship out of to let us cross the sea. We're not actually going to be able to get our own true ship at this point. It's kind of more of a ferry that takes us between 3 towns, but well, gotta do what you gotta do. Alright, I guess that tree isn't going to move. Usually the tree moves and I can stun it and move around, but it just is napping, I guess.
The tree movement is one of the most unpredictable in this game.
Yeah, actually, you can tell. This is ancient cave knowledge, of course. But they do move exactly like Cyclops. And depending on how they wiggle, you can tell if they look forward, backward, sideways. Like, but you have to
Oh.
like have a picture to actually see it. Like,
Yeah, because a
But
very
you
big
can't
difference.
tell.
Yeah, because Ancient Cave is this, it's a very difficult side quest that's kind of a roguelike randomizer effectively too. And in the Ancient Cave you have no tools, so avoiding enemy encounters is it's a lot more difficult and requires a lot more a very different kind of knowledge about enemy movements than when you run the main game.
nice IP farm there. Part of the road, of course. Yeah,
Of course.
yeah.
It's a good thing that Solan is full IP. It's very helpful for the Lions.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just kind of a weird ebb and flow to how runs work too. Is that, I mean, you don't want to get into random encounters generally because they waste time, but there's cases where if you do get into an encounter and get IP on characters that need it, then it'll actually save time long term.
Yeah, we also got a new tool here, actually, the fire arrow, which is an amazing upgrade to the arrow. You can actually fire it and then, well, bushes burn from it, so you can mow down bushes from afar, which is exactly important in, well, this dungeon and this dungeon only.
I wish the
pretty
fire
much.
arrow was more useful, because I mean, setting things on fire is fun in video games.
Outside of this, it's pretty much used one more time, I believe, in Dragon Mountain, and even
Yeah.
there,
Yeah, for the flower puzzle there, it's the only
Yeah.
use it has.
outside of that, it's pretty much just like the arrow.
It has some more uses though, but not in the speedrun. I think it like burns the ropes in the where
Oh,
the
yeah,
West Coast boss fight is.
Shrine of Vengeance, yeah.
Yeah, bonus content, like bonus chests.
But yeah,
are
that's
only-
not seen here.
Yep.
And that's a good thing too, because if we actually had to full clear the Shrine of Vengeance, it might even be longer than Dankirk North Cave.
There's a lot in that place, yeah.
Right, not a bad dungeon aside from that bee encounter, but I think that getting the extra IP might actually help for the Lions.
Well, that depends if the Lions cooperate. The Lions are
Yeah,
pretty strong for this point.
Yeah, so our next boss fight is against two lions, which are one of the few bosses in the game that are that have some very nicely exploitable status conditions. In particular, paralysis, which I'm going to try to inflict with the B-Rock.
Yeah. You can also try to actually instantly kill them if you dare to try, but it's the best access to instant that we have is the Undead Ring has the IP Perish, which is a 25% shot at killing an enemy instantly. And they only have 1000 HP, so it doesn't take too long to kill them with damage.
That's unfortunate.
The biggest problem is they have an attack called Scratch, which is an AoE attack that does about 60 damage to everybody. And that can become an issue. If you look at Solan's HP, that can become an issue very quickly. Or they just focus Guy and,
Yeah.
you know...
4 hits in a row.
yeah.
And I'm just going to kind of turtle at this point until unless I get an opportunity to try to paralyze them again.
If everything goes well, they both paralyzed, and you can use Blizzard with Solan and get them very quickly off. And even if you have very good IP, you can even use the Glacial Blast again for Maxim.
They have 1000 HP each, so they don't last that long. But if I have to spend turns healing instead of using ice elemental stuff, then that slows it down. And they're faster than you too, so you have to be a lot more proactive with your healing.
Yeah.
I believe in a Manip run, if you're not just killing them straight out, you'd be able to do use the Spido Jewel to slow them down enough to be able to outspeed them.
It's a thing you could do, yeah.
Action run basically you do is you let them attack Decker so he fills IP, and then you perish them one by one.
Yeah, you have to do one by one. I have not found a setup where you can kill both at the same time. Absolutely impossible for me. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm sure there is one.
Akisu Niko's
Sitting
run
down
does
with
have a
the-
setup for killing both of them, like on the second turn or so.
I remember we both sitting down with Happy Squid together and like checking for like 3 to 4 hours straight for setups that we can look for to kill them both at the same turn, but we didn't come up with anything.
No.
I could have also, yeah, I wasn't feeling super confident in how much health the right lion had left. So what I could have done was had Maxim use Glacial Blast at some point to do extra damage, but with how rough the luck I had with the B Rock was, I just wanted to get it over with. And also make sure nobody died, too, just because you do get a lot of XP from the lions. Don't want anybody to miss out.
At this point, specifically Maxim and Salon do need almost every XP you can get. One for agility rolls. They do want every agility point they can get, so they are faster than bosses. It's very tight in some cases. And HP. HP is a big one, especially for Salon, obviously, because she has very little by default. If she misses some, there could be some dicey scenarios later on in some fights.
We got the in this translation the Phantom Tree. It's called the Fabled Tree in the retranslation patch that we gave to Jayad to make a ship out of. And then in order to progress the story and have the ship get finished, we have to stay at the inn twice.
Yeah, it says you need to wait a couple days. So what do you do? Well, you sleep twice on the inn.
Yeah, and then while we're staying at the inn, Guy and Dakar are partying it up at the local tavern, so they actually don't get healed by staying at the inn. Partying all night long, I guess.
No.
Yeah,
Did you go to the right place?
I picked the yes, actually. But yeah, we got our choice of where to go in the ship next. We're going to Narcissus to progress the story. Although we're just going here first in order to add it to our warp locations, and then we are getting right back on the ship and going to
this place.
another island, which has a very, very special place on it called the Ancient Cave, like we've kind of mentioned a few times throughout the game. The Ancient Cave is a very, very large and very difficult side quest where you have a randomly designed dungeon that has 99 floors on it, and you can only bring in equipment that you find in the cave specifically. And I mean, it took me like probably a good 20 hours or so to beat it for the first time. Also, public service announcement: once you're hooked on the Ancient Cave, you're stuck in this city for a long time.
I didn't know she said that. Oh no. Oh no. They knew.
Yep. And yeah, and then the Ancient Cave actually has a huge speedrun community for it too, way bigger than the base game of Lufia 2, for kind of similar reasons to why a lot of games there's more people that speedrun randomizers for them than the main game. I mean, it's running the Ancient Cave. It's a shorter run. It's got more replay value long term, just because it's a randomizer, and as long as you're interested, it's always going to have something new to throw at you. And then there's no cutscenes or downtime too. You just start up and go into the cave.
So yeah, maybe to mention the reason why we actually went there. It wasn't just to show off. So Gruberic Town is the only one in the game that has sleep balls, and the upcoming fights, all the bosses are weak to sleep. So you can just guarantee to put every boss fight to sleep for the next like 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, because sleep ball it inflicts sleep and it is guaranteed to work on anything that isn't immune to sleep.
Exactly. That's like all ball items. There's also confused balls and stuff. They are guaranteed to work if the enemy is vulnerable to it, which is amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so as part of the main story, we do not ever actually have to go to Gruberic or to the ancient cave, but for our purposes, we're taking a detour to buy those sleep balls, and then we're going to in most scenarios get all that time back and more from upcoming boss fights.
You could also just cast Drowsy and have a 25% chance at that landing, but no.
Yep.
Maxim doesn't have Drowsy, and what you basically do is what we did now is the equipment is aligned in a way that Maxim is going to be faster than Idura with the buff from the Pfizer shield you can do, and that allows Maxim to put Idura coming up now to sleep before Idura can act. So that's the main reason.
There's a lot of teleporting wizards in this tower too, and depending on what they can do, they can kind of throw off the movement cycles of the bird enemies too, which normally just follow the walls of their room. But if they run into another enemy, that can throw them off. And you do not want to get into fights in this tower at all too. There's a lot of really deadly stuff here.
Yeah, all the teleporting enemies, they have instant death moves. They can potentially.
And they're
very
fast too,
devastating.
so they always get turns before you do.
Yeah, and they're faster, yes.
These octopus enemies too are really deadly too, because they have a AoE attack called 8-legger, and if you get a large group of them and they all use it, you're just dead. Alright, so then I'm swapping my rocks around just to prioritize speed for Maxim and magic for Salon. Along with equipping the Ice Ring, which, like, we talked about the Thunder Ring earlier too, and how it boosts damage from Thunder spells, and then the Ice Ring does the same thing for Ice. Also, I just skipped an entire puzzle room too with a minor glitch there. Normally there's statues that push you away if you get across them, but if you just arrange it so that there's a bomb going off while you're moving up against where the statues would push you, it'll override that and you can just walk past. Someone was telling me in a stream recently too that these samurai enemies have kind of interesting movement AI too, like they kind of alternate between moving predictably and moving aggressively based on where you are.
One step towards you, one random step. That's how they work. They alternate between that.
Yeah, so that moving towards you has the net result of just getting past them pretty consistent. Where's the stun setups? Not really too sure what the idea, how this puzzle is supposed to be hard, but hey, somebody got stumped by it. Alright, so now we get to have a pretty hilarious cutscene here too that also has a pretty hilarious story associated with it in the Lufia speedrun community. Someone want to do the honors of The Game Is Over Here?
I mean, Votus, you have to. Like,
I guess so, right?
It's your soft lock, not mine.
So yeah, basically, story-wise, Idura wants to resurrect Gades here, and he needs the blood of virgins, kind of. And we try to rescue all of them, and Decker is the quote-unquote the smart guy dodging the cage, but still walks in, as you can see. And he breaks through, and when the party approaches Idura here, there's a very famous line coming up. A guy says, "Oh, here the game is over now. Let's finish this." And I personally had, for whatever reason, exactly on the line where the guy says the game is over here. I had a soft lock, and the game stayed on this line, and yeah.
The game was over, and it told you it was over.
They tell you at this point, so the game was literally over for me, and I still consider this as a completed run of this game.
Yep. It could even be a GRTA run too. It was the end.
Yeah. And I even had this happen on the Japanese version, but only once, and like I have no idea what caused this exactly.
Some audio thing, but like
yeah, it's probably one audio thing, and if you mess around with the level 0 glitch and the menu corruption and the flag triggers, it probably keeps somewhat destroying your game in the sense. So
yeah.
So we got the bad RNG from Idura too, where he summoned a goon. That's the worst thing he can do on the one turn he gets before we sleep lock him. It's a little annoying too, just because almost every boss that can do this has a different setup for killing the goons optimally. So I had to think for a bit to just even remember what to do to kill it quickly.
But that's so me yesterday. I was like getting goons in every fight. I'm like, this one's weak to fire. This one's weak to water. This one's weak to lightning. Okay, yeah. They all have different weaknesses. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, we also need to pay attention to tell when Idura wakes up, because the game doesn't always tell us for whatever reason. It's easier to tell with bosses like this than bosses that are considered that have the same sprite as a random encounter too, just because Idura is normally stationary when he's awake, but when he's asleep he's bobbing up and down. With certain other enemies that you can put to sleep, they still bob up and down, but they bob left and right if they're awake as well.
Also, yeah, sleep balls make this very easy, as you could saw. So the Maximus initially is slower than Idura, but the Pfizer shield has fleet on it as an IP attack and can speed up Maxim even further, and that therefore making him faster than Idura. And then Maxim uses the sleep ball, so he gets a turn before Idura, puts him to sleep. Then it's Idura's turn, and then all the three other characters getting their turn. So that guarantees you that after the first turn, you never get anything from Idura again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, he does more. He kind of more or less recycles the attacks he does in the first fight, where he can either punch you or he can summon goons. Then he can also do various AOE attacks. Just the fact that we can just totally shut that down and not really have to worry about healing is just part of how we gain back the time under most cases that we invested into buying the sleep balls.
He has a nasty AoE attack that can confuse people, though. So that's the worst thing that can happen.
Yeah, Idura 3 has the confusing.
Oh yeah,
AoE.
he has like a nameless attack that can confuse you.
Yeah, totally didn't lose a run to that once. Yeah.
It's the same with the slug-like enemies in this dungeon here. They are very dangerous. These enemies are like the Ammonites, and they have also I think tentacle attack that is very dangerous.
The jelly's done for.
Yep.
Let's go for it.
Yep. Yeah, Dakar Blade is Dakar's strongest weapon, and it has one of the best damaging IP attacks in the whole game called Fatal Blow too. And if you're running the Ancient Cave, you really, really, really want that in order to be able to kill the boss at the bottom.
To be fair, if I could keep Decker in this game, I would love that weapon the entire game.
It is literally the best weapon in the entire game, though.
Yeah, that's simply because of the IP.
Yeah, if you could use that against like Deus or something, that would be quite a thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
so since we just got the Dakar Blade, we're just getting Dakar set up to crush things against for our final fight with Idura. To the right. The odds for this perish attack actually killing you is not too high, but it's certainly not something you want to have happen.
Why
Can
do
be
you say
nasty,
that?
but it's that hard. Yeah.
Why do you say that?
It could have gone pretty bad.
It's 25%, but yeah.
And I've got healing tiles coming up. So this is when we heal here before Idura 3 too. This is also starting a segment of the run too, where it's going to be a while before we get an easy chance to recover MP again, and we need to do a lot of teleporting and escaping from dungeons with Salon. So we're going to try to avoid using her MP for out of battle healing as much as possible. Okay. That could have been bad, especially if it worked on Dakar.
Yeah.
I forget if he has any resistance to that at this point.
I think only one person is resistant to confusion here.
I think it's only Maxim though, with the Jute helmet.
Yeah.
But yeah, you see how much... Yeah, I believe he has 3,500 HP at this point, and we just did a huge chunk of that with Fatal Blow.
Now imagine that on every boss in the game.
Yep.
So yeah, the Car Blade has the IP attack does 50% damage of the current HP of the enemy. So if you have a boss with 20,000 HP, it would deal 10,000 damage. And if the boss has no taken damage yet.
So we should be done this turn, I think. Yep, alright. Pretty clean fight, other than the scare at the start. Kind of blanking a bit on why we come here story-wise, if we find out that Iris was kidnapped by Idura, or if we're just trying to chase him down after the Tower of Sacrifice, but we seemingly have defeated Idura for good after he got fired by the Sinistrals for failing them the last time, and kind of like a lot of the other villains, has a trick up his sleeve as far as locking us in this shrine without being able to cast exit to get out. We do have a few more rooms we need to get through in order to get out of here. Set off 5 bombs here just that the explosions overlap with the animation of the pillars cracking. Save a bit of time.
Yeah, it's also unfortunately the point where Decker leaves.
This text box always makes me raise an eyebrow too. It's a wild way of doing it, but the blockage seems to be gone. But Idura has a second kind of final trick too, where he his ghost summons some monsters and traps Dakar. And then starts exploding the shrine too, so that we can't bring him with us to get out. This is probably the true saddest point in the game, where we have to say bye to Dakar and the Dakar. Well, we took off the Dakar blade, but we can't use it anymore, sadly.
Yeah.
I believe if you're doing manipulation to that cutscene of the shrine exploding, really plays havoc with the RNG too.
Yeah, explosions are not fun. Make it very hard to predict. I mean, there is certain predictability, but it's very easy to just like get to an RNG value that you don't know, like because the explosions like advance it so fast. Also makes manipulating the last 4 bosses of the game difficult. Possible, but difficult.
So we're moving on to now we're not really, the fact that we have a ferry to take us around isn't really getting the job done anymore. So now we actually want to get our own ship, and in order to power the ship, we need to get an engine, and then we're going to go in search of a famous inventor named Lexus to build us that engine. Lexus is kind of also what makes me kind of wonder if when Lufia 1 was made, if the developers were thinking about making a prequel at that point too, just because there's a big character in Lufia 1 named Ryle Shia, who's a descendant of Lexus, and then they name drop Lexus at least once too, even though it adds absolutely nothing to the story of Lufia 1. So that always makes me kind of wonder if they were laying the seeds to make a prequel at that point. Bit of a lengthy cutscene here too, where Lexus demonstrates the power of the engine, and then also lets us use his chimograph to find out what our power levels are. Find out find out that Maxim's power level is in fact over 9,000.
What's funny to me is that Salon has a higher power level than Guy. Like, that's just funny.
Yup. Lexus is pretty fitting theme music here too. We're gonna have a long cutscene to mash text through. I'd at least like to have special music for it too. Like I mentioned before, Iadura, we just have a lot of teleporting around that we need to do in order to progress the story. Progress the story before we get a convenient opportunity to heal again. Try to conserve Salon's MP as much as possible because of that. If I ran out, it wouldn't be a huge deal. I'd just have to like stay in an inn or use my safety high magic that I didn't end up needing for Maxim earlier. I just like to avoid doing so if needed to. We're heading back and talking to Jayad, who's going to bring the ship to have the engine installed on it. And now we not only find out that Squaresoft ripped off the concept of IP to make limit breaks in Final Fantasy VII, they also ripped off this character here named Leafa to make Aerith in Final Fantasy VII.
Flowers, 1 gil.
Yep.
1 gil. Yeah.
This really has the kind of the feeling of a side quest here, because it doesn't really advance the story towards getting the ship, but this is a required dungeon we're about to go to, and I just kind of viewed this as being here to be a throwback to the first game for people that played it.
That too. I think it's also like you do have to get used to like only having 3 characters, and like that card is a pretty big loss in terms of like fighting power. So I'm guessing they also want to get you used to the fact that you only have Guy now as a tank, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lexus is going to be joining us eventually, but it's not until after this dungeon, and he's unfortunately not as good as Dakar.
Not quite, no.
Yeah, to put it mildly. Alright, so there's some nasty stuff, like lions, I believe, on the overworld here, so I'm being very, very aggressive with my menu cancels.
Also,
you can technically get some cores here, but I wouldn't advise to do that.
Yeah, but... Try to get through that room without switching tools to stun the bear, just because I'm getting the hammer right away and I need to switch to that.
Yeah, the hammer is the last sub-weapon you get in the game.
Yeah, it's kind of more of a morning star than a hammer, but yeah, you can stun enemies, although the range is a lot shorter than your other tools, and it lets you push things like this pillar, and you can also break bombable walls with it too. That's nice as far as being able to press R hard enough. Please. You can also you can blow open walls without having to wait for the bombs to go off. Yeah, mechanic I don't know if we've really talked about yet too is that if you hold the R button, you can move Maxim in place without taking steps. There's a puzzle where that eventually becomes a hard requirement to solve it. But just all throughout the game for little micro optimizations here and there, I'm doing that in place movement in order to set up enemy stuns more efficiently. Got a pretty nasty room coming up here. I'm actually going to be using a strategy for this room I learned from Feral Pigman's run at the first limit break too, where I jump down the left hole, then if the enemies aren't giving me a good opening to get out afterwards, I'll reset and go down the left side. This should be good to go around the right of the chest though. Boxed in by this.
Yeah, it's a very rare case that you get out of this room without a fight.
Yeah, it is really, really hard to get out of that, to get this burn sword and then get out of that room with no fights. Like if I did the reset strategy, I'd have been guaranteed to get one fight with one of those plant enemies, but generally that would be the only fight before I got out. There's two ways you can get to the right side of this. I honestly don't know which is faster, between going up the left and then hammering the block, or going up or pushing the pillar to go that way. Alright, so then we're taking about a 30-ish second detour here too to pick up a weapon called the Flying Axe for Guy, which we're actually only going to be using for one boss, but it makes a really nice difference against that boss. There's certainly ways of dealing with Fire Dragon without it, but it lets you put big numbers on the screen, which is what we're here for.
As the name says, it's strong against flying type of enemies. So, and the Fire Dragon counts as a fire flying enemy.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a misnomer because it's not, the axe itself isn't flying. It works against things that do fly. But you'll appreciate the game actually telling you what it does. Alright, so this is the third and final boss that we're going to be sleep blocking, and the Rogue Flower is actually slow enough that we don't even need to buff up Maxim's speed for him to go first.
I have the burn sword equipped, which puwexil just picked up, so Guy is pulling some very, very good damage on here, and in general it's not worth it to do anything else in this fight. So like you could throw fireballs at Solan or attack with Maxim, but usually Maxim keeps the flower asleep, so if the flower doesn't wake up, you're just gonna defend and
hope for crits.
puwexil talked about it with the magic, so we want to save Solan's magic points here. So Solan and Maxim usually just gonna defend, and Guy does all the job here.
I wasn't really paying enough attention to know if that crit actually mattered, but
Oh, a crit!
It's 3,000 HP, so it should take 6 hits to kill it, with crits counting double. A little bit of me is a little sad that we don't get to see Rogue Flower do anything, because it has one of the best names for an attack in the game too, which is Sneeze Spreader. Someone that has kind of rough seasonal allergies during times of the year. I do appreciate that name. Alright, so we basically went to that mountain to find a rare flower that Lufia wants, and then this is where we get that throwback to the first game where Salon names the flower Perfea, which ends up becoming the character Lufia's favorite flower in the first game. I've seen some chat in the about the Nintendo DS remake of this game throughout the run too, which we don't really talk a lot about. But one thing I know about the DS remake that I think is an improvement, though, is that they actually make it so that Iris names the flower Perfea instead of Salon, and I think that's a much nicer tie-in to the story of the first game. And, yeah, the reason why the remake isn't well liked, especially by speedrunners of this game, is just that it's very, very different. It's an action RPG instead of turn-based, and it makes some pretty significant changes to the story and characters too.
That's the big thing. It's just like a different story, effectively. Like, I mean, the names are the same, but like what happens?
Only we have Gaddis instead of Gades or whatever.
Yeah, that's already a big turnoff, honestly, yeah.
Alright, so we got our ship now, and then a mechanic we'll be taking advantage of a few times too, is that whenever you get on or off the ship, that resets your step count for random battles, so that and I believe the general encounter rate on the sea is lower than on land too, whereas how frequently you need to do the menu cancels.
Yeah, it also resets if you enter or leave the ship, so you don't need to open the menu then, which is also a thing.
Yeah, it's exactly half because the ship moves twice as fast. So like it is effectively, it feels the same, but it's half encounters.
The kind of the story now is that we got our ship, but we're landlocked in this inner sea because there's a water gate that got closed when Jayad brought the ship to have the engine installed. And in order to get the water gate to open, we need to kind of broker a peace treaty between the kingdoms of Dankirk and Aurelio, and it's Aurelio that controls the water gate. And as part of the peace treaty, there's a ruby angel statue, or ruby icon as it's censored as here, because again, don't like religious references in 90s Nintendo console games. And basically the statue got stolen, and in order to try to keep the peace treaty from moving forward, we head back to Clemento to talk to our friend that runs the glass shop there to make a glass ruby statue instead. But they see through the ruse, unlike the guy that we gave the glass ruby apple to, and things don't go too well. We're gonna head to a nearby dungeon where we saw somebody running off to with the real statue, and then this next dungeon is easily the longest dungeon we have to go through in the whole speed run as far as the number of rooms that are required. Part of me kind of wonders if the original plan was to have another dungeon kind of roughly around here, or another theory I've heard too is there were some rooms that were originally planned to be in a future prison dungeon we're going to be escaping from that just got put into this one for some reason.
Well, makes some sense. The type of enemies that you fight changes in the dungeon the further you go.
Yeah, because it really feels like two dungeons back to back.
It sure does.
Alright, so for the first half of the dungeon, kind of the general idea is that there's a bunch of switches that we need to hit to kind of ultimately open the path to the second half of it. Just using reset there for fast backtracking. Friendly flower here takes care of stepping on the switch for us. The siren enemy here too can be a bit of a jerk sometimes as far as where she decides to go. She stays nice and far away from the wall, and it's faster, but since she's camped out kind of close, we have to take some precautions to make sure she doesn't attack us.
Yeah, unfortunately the wall is not, you cannot open the wall with the hammer, so you have to use bombs there.
Yeah, 3 bombs too. I was trying to use some tech I learned from Akisu Niko's run too, to do a bomb chain reaction to cut the number of steps to set off the second one, but it probably ended up being slower just because of where the siren was. Pick up a Fury Ribbon here too, which is a helmet that protects against confusion, which we'll eventually be giving to Artie. This puzzle, you basically just have to shoot the eyes with some kind of pointy thing, either an arrow or the hook shot.
Yeah, that part was about the halfway point of the dungeon, though, so where you pick up the key here.
But make sure not to leave before hitting the switch too, or you'll be sad.
Not that would ever happen to anybody.
Nope. Not that I've done that with a pretty significant majority of the switches here at some point when first learning the run. It's a total of 4 crystal switches we need to hit in order to fully remove a barrier that blocks the way to the second half. That plus getting the key are our first set of objectives. Alright, so now we get to have our first dealings with assassins, or assassins as they're translated as. They're pretty dangerous because they have they're fast and they have a attack that can proc instant death called Terminal Blow. And then this is also Lexus's main time to shine, too, because we picked up a weapon for him called the Figaro, which naturally attacks all enemies. And then we equip him with the Undead Ring, which makes his attacks do holy elemental damage. And because there's one required fight with these shadow enemies, and then realistically a couple more that we'll likely have to do later. And then setting up Lexus that way lets us get through those encounters pretty fast, especially on that first one where we can force a preemptive. Pretty straightforward puzzle where we're assembling a arrow. It does make me shake my head a little bit that they just reused that exact same room concept pretty shortly afterwards, where you've got this room where you've got a ninja rushing at you, and then there's a draconian that's that you'll bonk into if you don't know it's coming. Alright, so this bridge room with the shadows in it is a pretty big source of time variation, because we can do through good movement we can generally get through this room optimally with 0 fights, but the RNG with what the shadows decide to do is a big factor too. Getting through with only 1 is pretty good in my opinion. 0 is very possible, but requires not only good decision making, but good luck too with where the shadows move.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 0 is pretty unlikely to get, to be honest. Like,
I've gotten
without manipulation.
I've gotten it
I think even
times,
the manipulated
but,
run gets a fight because it gets a gloom jewel drop from them.
Useless, I say.
So I was really trying to go for a 0 there because I saw I had a possible opening for it, but it didn't quite work out. All right, so now we're at the end. So after that really long dungeon, the boss fight at the end is actually pretty trivial, especially if nobody died and we have good IP on both Guy and Maxim. Because Maxim can go first and try to use the B-Rock to paralyze some of the soldiers, and looks like we got one of them paralyzed. So it was a little unlucky, but they didn't kill anybody. Now they're just all gonna die to my AoE stuff.
This fight is a 1 turn if you have the Firestorm ability on Guy. It's very, very good here.
Yeah, it was actually about a 20-second gold too, probably mostly thanks to the 1 encounter Shadow Bridge. Alright, so we basically found out that I forget who this guy is. He's some official within Dankirk had stolen the ruby statue and was trying to give it to a nearby kingdom called Grazi to try to get just to defect to them basically, but we intervened and stopped it, and then also we introduced ourselves to the Prince of Grazi too with special names and stuff, including calling Salon the magical wife, which will be somewhat relevant later on. Alright, so now that the peace treaty has been signed, we head to Aurelio and they'll open the water gate for us. We need to make sure not to talk to the prince again, or else he'll give us a VIP card for the casino, which wastes a bit of time.
What do you mean? Talk to him again!
You can actually just talk to the other guy in the room. He also opens the gate for you.
Oh, he has? Okay.
Yeah. It's about the same time though, so like it doesn't matter what you do. The other guy, the advisor, has a bit more dialogue, but you have to walk towards the prince, so like turns out to be about the same time.
Alright, so after we pretty much can go wherever we want to with our ship now. And we head to the nearby kingdom of Farum, where we more or less find out that there's a red ball of light that was seen near a tower, which is suspicious because that was what set off the plot in the first place. But then we also find out that I believe there's a contest going on for the if not the hand in marriage, at least the affections of the princess here, to find a jewel that she hid in a nearby tower, which is where the red light was seen too. So we're gonna go try to find that.
Yep. Gotta go and help our boy Hans, which is actually his name, by the way. Find that jewel.
There's assassins we can get on the Overworld here too, so... Pretty conservative here with my movement.
Also, even if you can go anywhere, you can go to any location basically at this point. Like most of the shops are just locked out, and they say to you like, "Oh, I'm out of stock right now. You can't buy at the moment." So they just prevent you from buying the very overpowered stuff at this point, kind of.
Okay, I actually wasn't aware of that. So after the pretty long Dankirk North dungeon, the Farum Northeast Tower is quite a bit shorter. Like it's only like about 3 minutes or so speed run. But there's 3 really dangerous rooms we have to go through that have ninjas in them, which are an upgraded version of assassins. There's one here. Fortunately, the ninjas don't have any RNG, so it's as long as you do the same movement, you'll get through safely each time.
Yeah, you do not want to get hit by those. They also have an instant death attack, but also they actually have an AoE attack that could wipe you at this point. That's how strong they are. And there's usually 3 of them, and if they all do it, then well, it's just game over.
Yep, it's just GG.
And at this point, usually has like some very out of place save points. So for a speedrun attempt of this game, you're very bad luck recovering from that. So if you really get caught, it's just over for you.
That's 2 of the ninja rooms, only 1 more to go. But we get to do a pretty fun glitch in this room, too.
Nothing major, though, right?
Nope. Just walking on air. Whee! The floaty platforms here are pretty glitchy, and a Japanese runner by the name of Akisu Niko, I learned that setup for setting up walking on air from his run. What happened there? Must have just moved to the same side or something. All right. Anyway, but yeah, that's it for Farum Northeast Tower. There's no bot. It really feels like they're setting up for. We're getting introduced to Ammon, who's the second of the 4 Sinistrals. Sinistrals being just basically evil gods that are trying to take over and/or destroy the world. And it really feels like we're kind of setting up for a repeat of Gordovan Tower, where Ammon demonstrates his power by wiping the floor with us, but he kind of just knocks Guy away at the cutscene and then leaves.
Would be really cool to fight him here, but sadly.
Yeah, and then also to have a fight for real in the Divine Shrine, because like unlike when you fight Gades in the Ancient Tower in the Divine Shrine, there'd be an actual story reason why he'd be weaker and you'd be able to beat him.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we basically find the jewel that Hans was looking for, and find out that it's not really a jewel in the conventional sense. It's just an ordinary rock. And then Hans was basically just kind of getting it out of loyalty to the princess, at the behest of one of her suitors here, but the suitor decides to use a real jewel instead. And then we find out in this cutscene here too that the stone is it represents memories of their childhood together. It was a present that Hans gave to the princess when they were children. I do like this little bit here too, where he realizes he forgot the sapphire and comes back for it. But then we find out that while this was going on, a man, which we know is Ammon, destroyed a nearby town. So we're gonna go check that out, even though we kind of know at this point that we're too late. I've seen some other runs that actually put this off until after you go to the next set of towns, but I'm guessing that's probably for manipulation purposes.
I mean, nobody's ever forgotten to go to this place before.
No.
That might have been it too. You know, just like, oh yeah, we're gonna fight the gargoyles soon. Let's go there. Oh wait, yeah, that's right.
And in this town, we find Iris, and we're also going to find the one cross that they failed to censor out of the game, too. But yeah, we're as expected. We were too late to do anything about Ammon destroying the town of Agurio. But just talking to Iris here, we just get a kind of a big lore dump about that the Sinistrals are just kind of beings of pure energy that that have artificial bodies that contain it, and that in order to actually become strong enough to defeat them, we need to find a sword called the Dual Blade, which will amplify our own spiritual energy to levels that can challenge the Sinistrals. And again, there's the one cross that they kind of forgot to remove from the game. Crosses being removed from the game is a pretty plausible theory I've heard too for how a certain graphical glitch that we'll be seeing later on came to be too.
As long as it's not major.
Yep. So we do have to go there to move the story forward, but yeah, now we kind of just head to the next set of towns.
Treble here is the town where you get some terror balls, which is
west, actually.
It's an instant kill ability, and it's used for the next boss fight.
Yeah, that's the only reason why we go to Treble, because the next place we need to go to advance the story is Portravia, and we'll be coming back here a lot throughout the rest of the game. This kind of becomes our home base. We're meeting an inventor friend of Lexus here named Kermo, who has his own lab. He's gonna help us remodel our ship into being able to submerge and become a submarine as well. But a little elf girl steals the upgrade plans for the ship, and we have to go chase her down to get him back. Pretty important safety save here, just because there's no save points in the next dungeon, at least that we can conveniently get to, and the next boss fight can go very, very badly depending on what happens. So like we mentioned earlier, getting on and off the ship resets the step counter, so I take advantage of that. There's really just kind of one repeating puzzle here where there's these Horus statues that blow wind and you have to block them off to prevent them from pushing you back.
There's really not a whole lot you can do in this dungeon. There's also not a lot of enemies. Hence why there's also
the only room like this is the one you pass with the 3 enemies in it.
Yeah. You also saw puwexil do a quick menu earlier before entering Agurio, where he unequipped some stuff from Lexus because he will be leaving the party soon as well. Got the most important stuff from him without debilitating his ability to be useful in the next fight.
Mm-hmm. That's specifically why we get the Bisto Jewel in the room where we were walking on air too. It's to make give Lexus enough speed without giving him anything that we would miss if we didn't get it back to be faster than the gargoyles.
Yeah, so this fight is really where not leveling ever in the run catches up with you. These things have all 1000 HP each, and they are very strong. You take a lot of damage from their attacks, as you can see, so if you don't end up killing them very quickly, you will have to sustain a lot of damage. The way we do it is, like Walter said, the Terribles are instant death. They are about a 50% chance to hit. So every time we use a Terrible, it's a coin flip whether it lands or not. And if you get really lucky, I mean, then you just end up not hitting a lot with them. Unfortunate, really.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting unlucky with the Terror Balls, but I'm getting very lucky with who the gargoyles are attacking.
Yeah.
Because if they gang up, because generally they can kill a lot of my characters with 2 hits, and if they can just gang up like that, that's how the fight can fall apart.
Yeah. The only way that you can one-shot one of these otherwise is we did pick up the Flying X earlier. The possibility you can use the Flying X IP, which is a full IP bar though, to like one-shot one of them. But that's the backup of the backups, really. Like if you have to do that, you know.
The super backup, not backup, but if you really get the Gloom Jewel drop from the shadows, you can use an AOE instant death with that thing.
That never works. Yeah, I know. I did get it yesterday. I missed twice with it.
Oh,
absolutely great.
So yeah, Lexus takes off, and we're beating. Oh, by the way, the text box up here too. The amount is, well, it's Gigundo, despite these being elves that are talking about it. But yeah, Lexus takes off to go stop Kermo's lab from polluting the ocean, basically, and hurting nature and the elves. And then he immediately gets replaced by our final character, Party Artie. It was called Artea in the English translation of the first game. This game, his name is kind of a more accurate translation of Ati, but I guess they just kind of established that his full name is Artea and Artie is his nickname. So we've got a lot of shopping to do here. There's opportunity to just sell off stuff that we don't need anymore.
My favorite bit here is that Artea joins us. He gets to be in the front row. Then you immediately strip him of all his equipment and just straight up sell it.
Yep. Yep, that's how we treat our friends around here. Get to bid a tearful farewell to the Dakar Blade, too.
Yeah, at this point you basically can sell all the boards, like the fire boards, the ice boards, terror boards, sleep boards, everything what you don't need anymore. And a lot of equipment.
And bought some armor for Salon called the Evening Gown too, which primarily we're getting because of its IP. Better defense for Salon is always a good thing too, because of how bad her HP growth is. All right, so then the next thing is that Artie's mother, Karen, got kidnapped by Ammon and taken to this shrine called the Divine Shrine, where there's, I guess, a special room that can raise people's power, and this Ammon is apparently trying to use the elves to get access to that. First room can be a little trolly sometimes with what the enemies do. Yeah, the central puzzle of the Divine Shrine is this big hookshot maze, and I forgot to push the statue.
And there's really only one way you have to go, but yeah. There's a lot of other stuff you can get here, but the items are kind of whatever, and it takes forever to like hook from one place to another. So we just pretty much straight up go for the one extra item that actually matters, which is the rocket ring. Very good ring that gives you a lot of agility. Very important to outspeed bosses in this game later. And then we pretty much just straight up go for the end of the dungeon.
Repeat, yeah. Unfortunately, the pillar got reset, so we have to push it back.
Yep.
You also can get funnily stuck in walls in this room.
Oh yeah,
if you...
there's like some fun stuff. That's also, yeah. Still have to do some research with that, like, because
It'd be funny too if they had it, because you can fall down that pit while you're still holding the pot, and it'd be kind of funny if they'd have programmed in an extra animation where the pot falls down the hole afterwards and bonks you on the head. Like you normally, there's often restrictions in where you can step when you're holding things, but not that crumble floor for some reason.
yeah.
I like to call this the Castlevania 4 hallway with the torches lighting up as you walk past. And kind of like we alluded to a bit ago, too, the game, it really feels like the game is setting up for a fight with Ammon here, especially given what happens in this cutscene, but you don't. Karen, Artie's mother, sacrifices herself to release her power to weaken Ammon, and then he runs away.
Sure would have been cool.
Especially, like I said, too, given that there's an actual story reason why Ammon would be weaker and you'd be able to defeat him without the dual blade, too.
Oh well.
But, yeah. But instead, yeah, Ammon runs away, and then Artie, enraged enough that this cutscene actually fills up his IP meter, because IP kind of in general is supposed to represent you turning your anger into strength. He decides to perma join us.
Yep.
And we head to the secret room in the Divine Shrine to get our. I forget if it's fixed or if there's any randomness or whatever to what stats it actually raises, but it does raise your stats by enough to justify doing it.
You do pretty much get level ups here, which the stat gains are basically level up gains.
Okay.
So Solan got like 5 HP for instance, whereas Maxim got like 20. So it's character bound.
Alright, so Lexus and Kermo finished upgrading the ship into a submersible. So I had to actually look up last night to even remember why you go to this next dungeon, the Shrine of Vengeance, and apparently it's just chasing down Ammon. Townspeople nearby see the red ball of light, go to this shrine.
Yep.
This is a very, very long dungeon, but there's a large basement area that we just don't have to go to get to the boss, so we're skipping it completely.
There's a lot of good stuff there, unfortunately not good for a speedrun.
Yeah, like I remember having to make quite a few trips back down there to find dragon eggs in my last casual playthrough.
Oh. That's rude. Incredible puzzle here. Oh my god, how did you solve it?
Yep. They didn't try terribly hard designing that one. Kind of know you're getting into serious territory too with just how big a lot of the enemy sprites are in this part too. Like you've got dinosaurs and hydras and stuff.
Yeah. So in the early game, there's a lot of enemies that have like 4 enemies in the formation that are relatively small. By this point, it's a rarity. Like the Hades skulls here, for instance, they still can be 4, but most enemy formations are 2 and 3 now, because they are bigger.
Gonna reset too. I don't fully understand it, but there's certain situations too where you're when you try to stun these teleporting ghosts, and your hammer or whatever will just clip right through them. Do you know what causes that? Because I actually don't yet.
Clipping right through?
Yeah, when I try to stun one of those teleporters there, and it clips right through it.
Did you attack it beforehand or have a fight? Then that might happen, actually. But...
Okay. Alright, so we're almost done here, making a detour here to get two items that we need. The Evil Jewel, which is a cursed item, but gives you a lot of extra attack power, and then the Bright Armor, which we're finally going to give Artie some armor after just selling all of his stuff earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the point where you're gonna be equipping Artie again, basically.
So the Evil Jewel gives us 120 attack power, just like that, which is amazing. Unfortunately, like puwexil said, it's cursed. Cursed items will be red, and you can't unequip them until you uncurse them in a church. We don't want to do that though, because then they change their properties. So we like 120.
Yeah, I know the Evil Jewel gets nerfed a lot if you actually uncurse it.
No.
And we get to do some home maintenance here with de-wrinkling that carpet.
Yep.
And just like that, we're now at Venge Ghost, the boss. The boss has a lot of health, but there is a very nicely exploitable property where if we use healing on undead, it actually hurts them, kind of like Final Fantasy. But if you use IP abilities that do percentage-based healing, then you get to see the numbers really fly.
Yep. So front and back row do apply for these, by the way, which is why he front rowed Solana. Oh, Doomcry. No. No.
You know what? We're just gonna redo that.
Oh! Yeah, that's not no bueno. Salon has to
that hurts, yeah.
Yeah. If it was just Salon, I would have tried to recover it, but Artie dying too is just...
Yeah, no. That never happens. That's the one thing he can do that is actually very devastating. He also has tier 3 elemental spells that he can use, which can also kill Salon off, but outside of
Thunder,
that...
I think, being the worst.
Yeah, outside of that, this boss should die relatively quickly normally.
Like, or we could get that, where he just gives the fight to us.
Yeah, you can also just use Hatred, which basically is just doing nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, so with this setup, assuming he doesn't do anything to kill, in particular, Salon, it's a one-turn fight. It's Salon's IP takes off 50% of his health, and then the other three together take off the rest.
Nice and easy.
Yep. First try.
I've had Doomcry kill like 3 party members once. that was good.
I don't suppose you know the success rate of it.
I actually have no idea for Doomcry specifically. No clue. I would have to probably check it.
So we pick up the cursed bow, which if we uncurse it, it actually becomes Artie's bow, which is kind of Artie's exclusive weapon. But we're actually just
unfortunately very terrible.
Yeah, it's an AoE weapon, so it hits everybody in the battle, so every enemy in the battle. But outside of that, it's basically not doing anything.
Yeah, it has a pretty cool IP move, which just reflects damage straight up, like all of it. But that's not really very handy, because yeah, I mean, you need all your IP for it, and then it doesn't reflect the entire. It's just basically you don't take any damage. The reflection is not very strong. We'd much rather have a weapon like the Crystal Wand, which is Holy Elemental, and does have Holy Energy, which is 3 times damage.
Along with counting his Holy Element, too.
Yep.
Yeah, it is a very big shopping segment right now, where you prepare a lot for the endgame of the run. So you get the Crystal Wands here for the Sinistral fights at the end. You can get the Platy Band for a certain boss fight coming up. And you also get the silver sword for Maxim, which is also used in the Sinistrals. And right after, so in the next town now, you get some Dragon Tooth for a lot of dragon encounters coming up, and another weapon for Artie.
Yeah, the Dragon Teeth are basically the best boomerangs in the game, more or less. You don't even necessarily have to only use those against... They are very effective against dragons, of course, but they are still strong against non-dragon enemies as well. We're going to be using them against a couple of those as well.
They also way cheaper than I don't know what are the big... No, what's the boomerang here?
X-boomerang, no?
X-boomerangs, yeah.
Yeah. It's effectively the same though, like in fact the Dragon Teeth are just straight up better.
Yeah. Several of these towns I'm going to, I mean I just went to for shopping, but I'm eventually going to need to go to them for story reasons. So just going to them now lets me warp to them faster later. You know, I learned the hard way a bit ago that, I guess I better just fail it. I learned the hard way that if you reset in this room, it locks the way out unless you know the other solution.
Speaking of story, we are here in this Tower of Truth to find out the truth, literally, because Iris was making Solange jealous and, like, you know, was saying that she wanted to see the truth about, like, why, you know, all of this happened, and he is a mirror of truth. And now we're here, well, basically because Solange is jealous.
Yep.
More or less.
It feels this story beat always felt kind of odd to me, especially this late in the game. That Siren enemy there is different AI and is a lot more aggressive than normal ones.
This is a cool dungeon though, I will say. There's a lot of cool puzzles in here.
Yeah, it's also one of the most nasty rooms.
So yeah, for this room, the idea is you need to put the crate facing towards the door that you want to open. In this room, I like to call the mosh pit. It's just a lot of enemies and tight quarters. Well, it's a big room, but there's just so many enemies here that just getting through it without encounters is pretty difficult.
Yeah, we're gonna pick up these 3 items here. The Song Rock is pretty much for money, more or less. But the Ghost Ring and the Ghost Clothes have some really nice status protection that we're going to be using later. Very good defensive items that you absolutely want to have.
Sticky situation. These things are pretty slow. Alright, that was a pretty good mosh pit first visit until the end, but didn't take any damage at least. And what do we use the Ghost Ring for exactly? Is it's magic defense?
Instant death protection.
Oh, okay.
It's for Aram.
The Ghost Clothes make you immune to confusion, and the Ghost Ring is instant death protection.
Yeah, for Aram specifically.
And the Song Rock is just 25,000 gold. So.
Yep.
Yeah, I usually just skip it in a lot of runs because I don't need it, but I'm just in case because I had to use a lot of Terror Balls. I'm picking it up. I'm not going to be doing it in this run because I haven't practiced yet, but there's some alternative strats for a boss called Fire Dragon coming up that involve having the Ice Valk spell, and if I start integrating that into my runs, I'll probably need to get the Song Rock to be able to afford it.
It's okay, I'm sure the Platypen will be plenty useful.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we picked up the Flying Axe earlier. There's a lot of arguments to just not do this and go with Eagle Rock and Ice Walk instead.
would have to probably buy a great axe though, but yeah.
Yeah.
That was a mimic chest, by the way, that I've just bonked into more times than I'd care to admit. Alright, and we've reached the top where the Mirror of Truth is. Which,
I'm here.
Find out if Maxim and Salon's feelings for each other are genuine or not. Supposedly.
Yep.
Shiny piece of untrustworthy metal. I like the diss on the mirror at that point. But some dragons just rush in and attack us at this point. This is where the payoff for one of the payoffs for doing that big shopping trip to especially get the dragon teeth before the story has us go to Jade is because the dragon teeth do bonus damage against dragons, and the AI for the white dragons works out that once they're, I think, below like half health or so, they'll cast stronger, and then but it doesn't full heal them. So as long as Artie's in the front row and fast enough to outspeed them by virtue of the rocket ring and other stuff, he throws a dragon tooth. They all heal themselves instead of murder me with their ice breath, and then I kill them with the next one.
Yep.
Yeah, they have 500 HP each, and the dragon teeth do like 450-ish around, so quite not enough to one-shot them, unfortunately.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yep, and this is where the game kind of tests you, and if you remember the prologue before you started the game too, as far as kind of who Iris really is. The last we'll be seeing of Iris for quite a while. We can actually just head straight on to Dragon Mountain, which is the next dungeon, but just because it's been a little bit, I'm going to grab a safety save here. There are some pretty easy opportunities to die in both the Overworld here and then in this next dungeon if I get a bad encounter.
Yeah, this is where you can get the gold golems here on the world map.
Mm-hmm. Which is funny because in this dungeon there are only magma golems and they are completely like docile basically.
Going up here to get a sonic ring. I recently learned that you don't really need this, but just in case I like have really bad agility growth on Salon, I'll just get it for safety.
Yeah, I guess we never mentioned that. Like, stat the gains on level ups are sort of random. Like, you always have like a base thing that you get, right? But like, you don't necessarily have to get like 5 agility every level, for instance. Like, it can differ from run to run, actually. So there's definitely cases where your stat growth can be really bad, and then like all of a sudden you're missing 5 agility for no reason.
Yeah.
I feel like the boss fight where agility growth, RNG can matter the most is Regal Goblin. 'Cause I've seen a lot of inconsistency as far as like when Maxim outspeeds the goons.
Yeah, specifically the casters, yeah.
Dragon Mountain's another just really, really big dungeon that we're going to just be able to skip some pretty significant portions of because they're just not required to get to the boss.
I would say this dungeon probably has the most amount of chests in it. But you don't need a lot of them.
Especially
so
if you include the world's most
you skip a lot
trick.
of chests in here.
And this is what I consider to be the most difficult required puzzle in the whole game, too. You have to stop these plants from growing too high, and you have very, very little margin for error.
It's kind of interesting. You do this puzzle entirely different than I do it.
Okay, I mean, I used a map for it that the initial guide on speedrun.com had.
There's not one way you have to do this, but like the solutions are basically all the same, but you can just stand in different spots for something.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
And the room with the woman in it that we walked past, by the way, too, is an optional puzzle called the world's most difficult trick, which is it's a pretty complex and difficult sliding block puzzle. It gives you some very, very nice items if you solve it, but doing it blind is hard, to put it lightly, and it sears the autumn theme into your soul too.
The puzzle actually exists in reality. It's called Klotsky or something like that.
Oh yeah,
so
yeah, I've heard that.
It's a real sliding puzzle you can do.
Alright, so we're at the bus.
Okay, Fire Dragon. Guy is very low on IP, sadly.
Salon's just a little bit low for using Weapon Weak.
Heckin' plotty band. Ooh, Drowsy. That's
The Fire Dragon has a weird version of Drowsy that also does damage in addition to putting you to sleep.
Yeah, so the Bloody Band has the IP attack called Weapon Weak. It lowers the attack power. And the dragon has a nasty attack called Bite, which one-shots everybody except Salan. And
like that, yeah.
Yeah. And with the Bloody Band IP attack, it reduces the chance to kill Guy at least, and Guy, Artie, and Maxim.
Yeah.
Yeah, Salan isn't in danger just because she has the Pearl Brace for fire protection, and the Bite has the fire element on it.
Yep. This is, by the way, one of the big redeeming factors of like doing the 10 bell tower twice. Like the Pearl Brace is just so valuable, like even for the end game here. Like it's just so good. Yeah, RD is using the Eagle Rock actually, because the Eagle Rock has the IP Dive, which is also which is very effective against flying enemies, which the dragon kind of is, I guess.
Yeah, so we did get a payoff from using the Platy Band there, because that Bite
I was gonna say actual payoff,
RD.
yeah.
Again, whoa. This is not what we want to see, even if it's not killing characters, by the way, too. Just because we need to heal very aggressively because the dragon is faster than everybody except Artie, and if the dragon is biting people, it's not giving me IP to use for, like, in particular for Guy to use Deadly Smash with the Flying Axe, which does about 1300 damage after getting boosted by the Trick spell.
Yeah, we also need a little bit of IP for after the fight. Not much, but just a little bit. Ooh. A decent fight, I would say.
Yeah, I mean...
It was pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, it was, yeah, I'll take that. I mean, yeah, what we wanted to see the dragon do was it to spam just its AoE fire attacks, because then I could do more big damage with IP, but the fact that it only killed one character and that I have decent IP coming out of it, it's pretty good. So the reason why we went there too was to chase down, I think, the elder of this town of Jade. I forget why he was going there exactly, but we're going there to rescue him because if we talk to other people, we learn that he knows some information about the dual blade and where it is. After rescuing the elder, he gives us an item called the Jade of Mermaids, which will let us into the mermaid kingdom where we can continue our search for the dual blade.
A little menu there to make sure that we have the instant death protection on as many characters as possible, actually. The next boss will have an instant death attack. You should probably almost never see it, but just in case.
Yep.
If I remember correctly, actually, Farrell's RPGLB run almost died to Ghost Ship, didn't
Yep.
it? Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I had that right.
And he didn't almost die to the ghost ship, too. He almost died to one of the goons.
Oh, man.
I know he was very, very happy to survive, too, just because I don't think he'd saved in quite a while, so we would have had to consider mercy killing it if he'd have died.
Yeah, the ghost ship is usually just a pushover, right? So, like, you don't actually expect to, like, have any trouble there, but yeah. And you don't really save in Dragon Mountain, unless you go out of your way to do so. Alright, so the Mermaid Queen here tells us a little bit about Dual Blade, but can't give us exact directions. All that we find out is that the currents to the north here are very, very strong, and her daughter was there. So she just disappears for some paperwork, not going there, of course, and we have to investigate.
Location-wise, it's also in the entire middle of the map, basically.
And it's on the mysterious set of triangular islands that you see on the title screen, too.
Oh, the Queen's here. What? But she told us she would do paperwork. I don't understand. It's the same deal here for the ghost ship as for Venge Ghost. If the ghost ship is not quite as dangerous as Venge Ghost can be, but we're going to be using our IP here to take advantage of the percentage healing to do damage. Did get a bit unlucky. The companion Isam is in front row, so that the IPs did slightly less damage than they could.
Yeah, that should have been a kill otherwise.
Fortunately, only the blue skulls, which are kind of pushovers. He can also summon like nastier undead enemies that can actually do some serious damage to you at this point. Okay.
Yeah, because the ghost ship's AI really likes to do summons too. I mean, it can attack us directly, but it's not super common. Like I think Doomcry is its main direct attack, kind of like
some sort of Doom stuff. Yeah.
I don't think it has a normal attack actually. I think it only has Doomcry.
And
only has Doomcry, Defend, and Call Companion, I think.
Yeah, and because the ghost ship doesn't attack you directly for the most part, that's also why it's extremely important to come out of the Fire Dragon fight having the IP that you need for ghost ship, for using the healing IPs to ideally kill it in like 2 turns. I was set back a little bit by Guy being empty, so he couldn't join in at the start.
But the good thing is now, after like a bunch of cutscenes, now everybody gets full IP. So.
But why? Why are we
why?
so
Yeah,
angry?
we're gonna see now. Maybe because the layout of the next dungeon is so infuriating.
I mean,
Yep.
valid.
Yep, very valid. Now, if only... well, hey, usually I make a joke here about how I wish the drowsy spell worked as well in battle as it does in cutscenes, but after that Regal Goblin fight earlier in this run, I'm gonna hold my tongue.
Yeah.
Alright, so now we get to see the Dual Blade Shrine, which has some issues, specifically in the US version of Lufia 2.
I see no issues.
Looks perfectly fine.
Yep. Yeah, this wasn't in the Japanese version, and then it also Neversoft fixed it for the European and Australian releases too. So as when I played this as a kid, I wasn't really too sure what to think. Like I think I settled on that you're telepathically communicating with Deus here, and that the dual blade is invisible because you haven't taken ownership of it. But no, it's just that there was an error made when the game was localized in the US that just destroys the tile set, both for that screen and then also for the bottom floor of the ancient cave.
Yeah, it just calls from the wrong tile set, basically.
Yeah, one of the plausible theories I've heard for it too was it was a glitch that was created when they deleted all the crosses from the churches in the game.
Or try to. Yeah. It's definitely calling error from there. Yeah.
And if we'd have actually been able to see what was happening, yeah, we would have actually seen Deus, the leader of the Sinistrals, in the shrine, and he would have taken the dual blade and then sent us to the Shade just to kind of demonstrate his power by destroying the city. And we also get introduced to Doom Island, Deus's floating sky fortress. So in order to go there, we need to get our ship upgraded again to be an airship. And Lexus doesn't really have the time and resources to actually build an engine powerful enough to power the airship, but you remember the Kingdom of Grazi, which factored into the Dankirk section of the game, where found out that there's an evil kingdom called Grazi that's trying to take over the world, and someone from Dankirk was trying to defect there. Well, Grazi actually has a tank that as part of their military, and if we steal the engine from the tank, we can then use that to power our airship. But yeah, just the fact that graphical glitch with the dual blade shrine exists just really makes me question how much QA testing this game got when it was translated into English for the first time. There's a lot of glitches in older games that I don't fault the game developers or testers in any way for not discovering because of how specific the setups for doing them are, but when you have stuff like the Dual Blade Shrine, or you have '3Y Kingdom that the game calls it instead of Grazi Kingdom, I mean that I kind of shake my head at. When you have stuff like that just requires playing the game, you don't actually have to do frame perfect stuff involving running into walls or the like. You just play the game and then it's broken.
Yeah. I mean,
it's kind of the same with the inventory and the glitch with the level 0 stuff, where you just go to your options and change the sound from mono to stereo, and you absolutely destroy everything.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, that's the main glitch that's banned in the no major glitches categories of this game too, because if you actually use that glitch, for starters, you can actually credits warp and beat the game in under a minute, and then you can also do some stuff with corrupting your stats, and I don't know if you can do inventory corruption like the sketch glitch in FF6.
Do everything.
Yeah. Okay, so do pretty wild stuff. And the only other specific glitch that's actually banned in no major glitches we're actually coming up on, where if I was going to do it, I would. That's a glitch with this next cutscene coming up, where we fight some Grazi soldiers. I don't actually know what the setup exactly is, but I know it involves using the hammer in a very specific way, like maybe like buffering it while you're taking a step into the trigger for the cutscene, and then that actually will wrong warp you to Doom Island.
Yeah, so for whatever reason, the hammer is the only sub-weapon you can use while you're moving. And so while you specifically move on the trigger for the fight here, you can use the hammer and hit one of the NPCs, and it glitches out and teleports you to Doom Island.
This game is really good, by the way.
Yeah, all this kind of stuff is why I very, very recommend this game if anybody hasn't played it. I mean, I think this game is up there with like Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy VI as far as the greats of the Super Nintendo RPG library, but in particular the US version of it has some pretty major issues, like this one here, where we can just kind of casually go out of bounds to pick up the basement key faster. And if you're playing this game nowadays, if you don't have like an original cart to play on, I recommend using a bug fix patch you can get from romhacking.net to just to fix a lot of these major glitches that show up playing casually.
Why would I want to avoid that one though? Got me the key faster. I don't understand.
Yep.
But yeah, it's a glitch, but it's not a major glitch. So that's very important.
Yeah, because this category is not glitchless. It's no major glitches. So we're not allowing wrong warps to skip like very significant portions of the game, but we do allow little things here and there to like skip a room or groups of sets of rooms and dungeons, or to speed up puzzle solutions. So yeah, Grazi basement, especially if you do the out of bounds trick, which I mean, I call it a trick, but it's literally just knowing that the collision detection is broken on that screen, and you can just walk over certain parts of the pit and the wall to get the key. But yeah, especially if you do that, Grazi basement is a pretty short dungeon. And like I mentioned earlier in the run too, even though this game is a prequel to Lufia 1, it works very well as a standalone experience too. All right, so we get the throwback too with the Prince of Grazi remembering that Salon is the magical wife. That little throwback there. But now, after more throwaway soldiers, we get the real boss fight with the tank.
Yeah, so the tank has a very strange weakness, kind of. It is so every ability that counts as a hard elemental works very well against the tank, which is, for example, the Pumpkin Jewel IP attack or Ardy's Zerko Rod. They count as a hard elemental and do a lot of damage against the tank.
Yeah, well, he is very resistant to a lot of other stuff, though, as well. So, like, you're really stuck trying to make use of those elements, which is very hard. Like, there's only very select few things that do it, actually. And the biggest problem here can be that as long as the tank behaves nicely, really, it's going to be fine if you machine guns attacks like that every turn. We're all golden. We're going to get our IP, and we can use our IP attacks. But what the tank can also sometimes do is when it can wait for a turn, and when it does that, it has a very high chance of using a single target attack that will just straight up kill a character. Which, one, you don't get IP for that, and two, you have to revive a character. So the fight can drag on like that for a bit, but puwexil gets pretty good luck here so far. Pretty nice.
Especially since Ardy is the only one that can revive people, except from regains, and Ardy has the Zerko Rod, which does the most damage in this fight. So it is very hard to just take off Ardy's turn and revive somebody.
Being really lucky here too. And then I took a turn at the start of the fight too to use Fleet on Maxim so that he is faster than the tank, and that just gives me a lot more flexibility with using IP and healing, and also buffing my whole party's attack with the trick spell too.
Missile Blast. So whenever he does like the Missile Blast checking situation thing, you know a stronger attack is coming next turn, which more than likely is... There is an AoE one, but there is more than likely going to be a single target one that will just
Afraid of
one-shot the
that
character.
too. With the
Silan was the one missing XP. Uh-oh.
Yep. I don't think it's that big of a deal
It's not anymore,
to miss
but yeah.
for characters to miss one boss experience, but you don't want it to happen multiple times.
If it piles up, then it becomes a bit iffy, yeah.
I think the only time I've ever seen somebody survive the tank's single target attacks is Guy. Like if it gets a low damage roll, he can barely survive it.
Yep. That sounds about right.
Oh, I'd be remiss too if I didn't just shout out how incredible the sprite work on the tank is. By the way, too, I just love both that it has the eyes on the front of the tank frame, but then it also has the little Burger King with the flag piloting it too.
I always thought it's fangs in the front, but maybe it's just my blurred vision. I don't know.
I love the wide variety of sound effects we get here too, and the ship is being remodeled too. Like we hear a dragon roar at one point. So we're starting to really come up on the end of the game too. Now that we have our ship fully upgraded to be an airship too. There's unfortunately a pretty limited number of places that we need the airship to go to. Like the main two I can think of, other than just where to go to advance the story, are an island where you can farm fruits for capsule monsters, and then where the egg dragon is. Maybe like one or two others that I'm forgetting, but yeah, now that we've got the airship, we head to the Triangle Islands here to kind of, I guess, talk to the people here that know stuff about the Sinistrals and the dual blade. Shopping too before I head out.
Yeah, it's the last shopping in the game, and you get some very, very strong items here. Oh, second last, kind of.
Yeah, we learned here though that the three towers that are on these Triangle Islands have divine armor of various types sealed in them, and that we need that armor in order to fight the Sinistrals, and then these girls are going to be the keys to unseal them.
Here you do the last big menuing, kind of, or last big shopping. The main thing you're gonna get here is the Zirco Shield, which has the IP attack Berserk on it. It's basically a trick on steroids, so it's AoE AoE buff to increase your attack power on everybody.
And you can stack it to diminishing returns too.
Yeah. It also gives you more attack power than trick, so.
Questions in chat too about capsule monsters. Capsule monsters is a system that's just not used in full game runs. It's kind of very akin to Pokemon, where you have monsters of different elements that fight with you under AI control, and you can both level them up through experience, and then also feed them like special fruits and also loose pieces of equipment to evolve them into stronger forms. And capsule monsters get a lot of love in the Ancient Cave, but in the full game run, it's just not worth really any time expenditure to recruit and evolve capsule monsters.
Like, literally the only fight where Capsule Monster would be helpful would be Regal Goblin, because it would soak a damage. It would soak a little bit of damage, but after that it would not be helpful anymore at all. And a lot of the capsule monsters run away if they take some damage, so...
Along with just dying
uh,
really easily, too, at low
Or they die
levels.
really easy, yeah.
Alright, then as part of the setup we did with the menus we did too, we're basically just getting our party set up for fighting Sinistrals, as far as just maximizing our ability to do holy elemental damage.
Yeah, so this version of Gades is actually just as strong as in Gordovan, if you remember, about 2.5 hours ago. Unfortunately for him, we have about 30 more levels now, so yeah... The main goal here in this fight, it's very straightforward. He can't really touch you, mostly. You do have to heal sometimes, but like mostly what you want to pay attention to is that you get a reasonable amount of IP out of this fight, so you are set up decently for the next one. That's what you hope is going to happen anyway.
Part of our setup too is making sure RD is faster than both than this and also the next boss too, just so I can heal as needed. Like to have some more IP on Maxim, but that's decent.
He does get 50k XP, though. That's very good.
I think all of the Sinistrals do.
Yep. That's just a fixed amount they give all.
Then for defeating Gades, we get the first and actually best of the divine armaments, which is the divine armor. I forget if this gives you status protection, but it's very good for defensive stats. I know one of these gives you the status protection for Maxim that you need for Endgame. I didn't sell the Zirco rods. I need to make sure.
Yeah, the divine armor makes you immune to poison, instant death, and paralysis. So
okay, yeah, instant death and paralysis both being important.
Instant paralysis and poison, indeed.
Then we make a detour or two before we head on to the next tower to just use a bunch of money that we've accumulated to buy the to buy casino tokens at the casino in Alunz, one of the very first towns in the game, and use that to buy a see-through cape, which is a piece of armor for Salon that has kind of bad stats, but it gives resistance to all status conditions except instant death.
Yeah.
I believe in the Japanese version you can actually skip having to come here to get the second girl.
That is correct. You can also try to do that in the US version, but I would advise to not do that because then your game soft logs.
So these sealed towers are pretty different from the rest of the dungeons in the game, just because there's no puzzles, and just the general. And the fact that you have these exterior sections with no enemies, and then just the interior ones that actually have enemies, is just really different from how the rest of the dungeons are designed.
Time for the old sword drop. Easy every time.
Each tower has 2 forest fights you have to do to get to the top. And some of them you have opportunities to get rare drops, which they're not going to make or break a run just because of just how little of the game is left at this point. But if you get either an old sword from the liches or leeches there, or a Gorgon rock from some Gorgons I'm going to have to fight in the 3rd tower, that can help a bit with the final battles. Dark fruit drop. It's the run. Right, now after all of that chasing him around for the mid-game, we finally get to fight Ammon.
So yep. This friend has 10,000 HP, and his worst thing is his opening move will always be Chaos Wave, which can confuse your characters. And we have exactly one character. Yeah, okay. Preemptively worked against it, but Guy can get confused here, and that's why puwexil threw Shriek preemptively.
Yeah, Guy gets immune to confusion after this fight, so...
Yeah. Now, outside of having the 10k HP and being faster than everybody except for Artie, Amon really only has either a physical attack or some AoE moves. What we want to see, ideally, he can cast like Ice Valk or Thunder, but what we want to see is Galactic Lancer because it just has the fastest animation and it gives us the most IP.
Yeah, we don't want to see his single target physical attacks.
Yeah. Those are bad because we get no IP. Like that. Oh no. Jerk. By the way, regarding Guy's setup, by the way, so like the other three have holy elemental weapons by default, like Maximus' Silver Swords to like do more damage to the Sinistrals, and Solana and already have the Crystal Wands. Guy is a bit different. He doesn't really get a holy elemental weapon, but what we do instead is we use the Zircle Flail in combination with the Undead Ring to make that holy elemental, and then if you use non-elemental IP attacks, like for instance what we do, is we use the Hidorok IP attack called the Triple Attack. That will still apply the holy element outside of the third attack of the triple attack for some reason, but it still does like very good damage.
Also, Amon is the fastest of the Sinistrals, so Artie is faster here. He's definitely faster than everybody else of the Sinistrals.
Well, the bad news is Guy did get confused. The good news is he did not kill Artie. That could have been really bad, but
right, he is 100% dead next turn though. Safety. Yeah, optimally he dies before he does Chaos Wave again, which he does I think every 4 turns.
Yeah.
But because he killed Maxim, and Maxim still just has never gotten a chance to use his IP, this is dragging on a bit.
Yeah, the Sinistrals fight at the end of the game are very, very scripted, so you can kind of predict what's coming up, but if you still have not all the resistance you need.
And because of the Silver Sword, which is Holy Element, and also the Evil Jewel, which gives a ton of attack power, Maxim just shreds these bosses when he actually gets to use it.
Yeah. So the Pearl Helm here that we got now, that's the one that protects Maxim from confusion, so he can hand down the Jute Helm to Guy. So now everybody is actually immune to confusion.
And the Jute Helm we picked up in Tanbell Tower, by the way, too, which was over 3 hours ago at this point.
Yeah.
You rarely go by defense in this game. You mostly go by what is giving you a status immunity. So.
Wonder who we are going to fight here in the third one.
Yeah. And also with the Gades fight on the first tower, we wanted to try to conserve IP for the next boss after that. But for when we fight Ammon, we just blow it all. We're not going to need to conserve any for story reasons.
Well, dang.
didn't answer the question about who we're going to fight here, though.
Not directly, no. Let's see if we can get lucky here. Maybe get a Gorgon Rock. Won't make a big difference, like puwexil said, but it would be nice.
Died.
Never lucky.
That's our one
Additional
opportunity
audio.
added to, and the odds for it are higher than for the old sword, to the tune of I think it's like 10% instead of 2%.
Yeah.
A manipulated run, I think, would manipulate getting those likely.
Very likely, yes. It's a bit of a pain because walking from the church into the tower to get the old sword is a bit annoying sometimes, but yeah, you do that. I don't believe it.
And we get to the top of the tower where the shield is, and we, unlike the other two, we just don't get immediately ambushed by a Sinistral.
Huh.
You also don't use the shield you get here.
Yep. Yeah, the Zerko shield way better than the Divine shield.
And the shield, I believe, only protects you from silence, I think.
Yeah,
I think it was
exactly.
something useless. Yeah.
The Zerko Shield Berserk IP tag is way better, and even unfortunately you finally get your dual blade here to use it. You're never gonna use it in the speedrun, unfortunately. You stick with your silver sword.
Yeah, despite being this focus of this most of the second half of the story, the dual blade not quite as useful against the final boss fights as the silver sword. I mean, casually it's really fun because I think if you use the IP from the dual blade, it just totally maxes out all of Maxim's stats. But in the speed run, it's much slower than using the silver sword because if you're buffing Maxim, you're not actually directly causing damage, and I think the wave motion IP also costs a full IP bar.
Yep. Correct. You end up just not doing as much damage with it. Like, I mean, it's fun to do like 1500 damage with a normal attack, but you're going to do a lot more damage with Holy Energy.
Especially if you do the Egg Dragon side quest and have the Egg Ring too.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's another thing besides the Ancient Cave as far as kind of post-game content for this game too is the Egg Dragon, which is a super boss, and in order to actually fight the Egg Dragon, you have to find dragon eggs that are hidden in towns and dungeons throughout the game, and you not only have to find them once, I think you have to find them a total of 4 times. Neversoft was consulting with Akira Toriyama as far as design side quests. Because you get the 8 dragon eggs and then make a wish on the dragon, and then it scatters the eggs to back into treasure chests in the game, and you have to find them again to get another wish. It's kind of a last.
By the way,
Go ahead.
we did actually use the final save point on the tower there. There's no more save points left in the game from here.
We just kind of have an introspective moment here before we head to Doom Island 2 with the characters kind of reassuring themselves that they know what they're getting into.
We got this, easy.
Yeah, trying
Nobody's
to
gonna die,
challenge
right?
the Sinistrals on their home turf.
Nobody's gonna die. It's gonna be fine.
But the real star makes his grand re-entrance too. I mean, a little wave of monsters and exploding shrine certainly wasn't enough to do in Dakar, so he shows up in style and then takes care of all of the monsters that the Sinistrals sent to try to stop us from going to their island.
fun fact about the enemies here, these Kraken type enemies, like the sprites, you never see them, but there actually exist enemies in the game that look like these Kraken. So you were at some point supposed to actually be able to fight these.
Oh, they don't even have those
scrapped.
in the ancient cave?
No. There is a ton of enemies actually that exist in the game that you never see. There's
Nice.
about like 15 to 20 enemies that you do never actually see anywhere.
So a side effect, by the way, too, of taking the girls to the top of the sealed towers, too, was activating a trap to kind of trap Doom Island at the center of the islands. So we're using that opportunity to go there in our airship. And now, if you played Lufia 1, you get some deja vu here, because even though Lufia 1 takes place 100 years in the future from Lufia 2, the very opening of Lufia 1 is this segment here, actually, with Maxim and friends going to Doom Island to fight the Sinistrals.
Now for every fight here that we have to do, it's very nice that we are getting full IP bar right off the bat. Like before the fight starts, we do get a refill on that, so we can just go all out in these fights, like no matter what happened. Which, I mean, Gades is still Gades, so he's not gonna be any danger whatsoever.
Yeah, and I think this version of Gades is bugged too, like it was like there's an unused version of Gades in the game code that was likely meant to be this fight. That has like 10,000 health instead of 75. Good. But this is Gades is a chump at this point.
Yeah. Also, all of these coming up Sinister fights are very, very scripted, kind of. So they all start their pattern with their wave attack, and then pretty much straightforward follow their attack pattern turn by turn. So you know what's coming up every single turn, basically.
Yeah, I mean, for Ammon in particular, who we're fighting next, there is a bit of meaningful RNG with what attacks he does after the start too. He can still kill people with single target attacks potentially, but it's a lot easier than the first fight, in particular because now I don't have to worry about confusion. But just like with the first fight, what we want to see the most is Galactic Lancer, which is Ammon's AoE attack that is the fastest animation. Don't want to see.
Always with Salon, man.
Yeah, and then because of that too, I didn't get IP to use triple attack.
Yeah, you do want to make sure to revive because, like, if a character's dead, they don't get IP for the next fight either. It's a bit of a bummer.
Hopefully he doesn't do that again, because he's definitely dead this turn. I really don't want him to kill Salon.
So that's the two we know now.
Now we get new content, because we do know that there are
There's two
4
more.
Sinistrals, 2 of whom we have not fought yet.
Yeah. The most dangerous nose.
There's a small thing we have to do here to make sure that Maxim is fast enough, 2, Ari is protected against instant death with the Ghost Ring.
Hey, this wasn't in the first game. Yeah, the cutscene is in the first game, but the boss fight is not. It's a little fun. So, Aram, like the others, will open with her spiritual energy attack, and that can inflict instant death. And the only character that's not immune to that is Salon.
Devastation.
And yeah, nice jokes there from me. It's really not that big of a deal at all for her to die there, though. It means I have to survive there.
Yeah. So Hermes, unlike the other ones, also more HP, 15,000 instead of 10,000. And the only thing she can do is Dark Fry. Like, she was supposed to do. There's a bunch of other attacks that are coded into the game that she was probably supposed to do, which would have been kind of interesting, because they are pretty devastating. But all she does is Dark Fry a couple times and use Devastation Wave again. That's pretty much all she does. So as long as you keep up the healing in this fight, you're fine. And one of her attacks, I believe, was supposed to remove all your buffs as well, which is pretty nasty.
I also did an AoE Valor spell there, which is a better heal than Champion, just to make sure Guy is topped off and he can survive this next Dark Fry.
Yeah, that's true. Like, you have to pay attention. Dark Fry does enough damage to Guy that where a Champion would not be enough to, like, keep him alive. Eventually.
He is almost certainly dead here, but I'm a little nervous about Salon dying, so I'm gonna heal. Even though normally I would just go all in and just try to kill her before her next turn, though.
You have run FF9 before. Why do you not use the calculator? I don't understand.
Yeah, we're fine.
Maxim's holy energy attacks from front row are very, very strong.
I guess the upside to that is I don't need to menu before Deus.
Yeah, especially with the double buff, we just like get so much out of the weapons from everybody, really. Now the final Sinistral Deus has 20,000 HP. Amazing. And his wave attack is actually the worst one. It's Terror Wave, which can inflict some random status effects, actually, including sleep, poison, and silence, I believe, as well.
Sleep.
All kinds of good stuff. Yeah.
Let's pray that
I'm
he's
not saying anything.
Sleep,
I'm not saying what happened in my practice run yesterday. Okay, we're clear. Because yeah, in my practice run yesterday, Guy and Maxim got put to sleep by that.
Yeah, there is, like, you do have the Anger Brace still, which is protects you against sleep, but that also means you lose the ability to use Berserker with one of your people, whichever you choose to give the Anger Brace to.
So as long as nothing bad happens on the first turn with status conditions, then the rest of the fight is just totally scripted.
Yep. Turn 2 will always be Dark Fried, and he uses spell, and then he will use Dark Reflector. Oh, I think instead of a spell he can also attack, but...
He's using attack, yes. And since he's slower than everybody except a Guy, the Dark Reflector usually hits Guy though, because he's using the Dark Reflector and then Guy attacks and it goes off right away.
Yeah, Dark Reflector is pretty much what would happen if he were to use Artie's bow and use that IP. That would be you.
This is also why I'm comfortable putting Salon in the front row for this turn to use her holy energies, just because I know he's going to use Dark Reflector instead of attacking directly.
Now he goes with a variety of spells the next few turns until he starts the cycle over.
we're not going to see them. All right, so now defeated all 4 of the Sinistrals, and then like a lot of other villains in this game, they've got one last trap to spring on us, which is to merge their energy together to create Gordovan, the true final boss, right? No, it's just to try to destroy the world by with their energy waves.
It's kind of unfortunate they didn't pull off anything like that, because you still get experience and money from the Deus fight.
Which is
So
always
you
made me
maybe
wonder,
expect
yeah.
something coming up though.
You little hoochies.
You little hoochies, yep. And that's led to a lot of fan theories over the years, too, about if there was maybe like a secret good ending, well, good, air quotes, ending, that you could get, like if you find all the iris treasures in the ancient cave and defeat the egg dragon 99 times or whatever.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that is not the case.
Yes. But yeah, we merged our own energy together and used it to kind of break the barrier of the Sinistrals, but Salon used up all of her power and passed away. And then Artie wasn't able to warp Maxim out to safety too, and this is actually where the prologue to Lufia 1 ends, but since this is taking place from Maxim's point of view instead of the other characters, we find out a little more happens here. We have our last meeting with Iris, who we actually find out is Aram, but who was traveling the world to kind of find out why humans were making the dual blade ring.
Also, the big music hype part coming up.
And then this game just never lets up in the end game with the soundtrack bangers, and then the final sequence here is it's just a perfect capstone. So, well, we're jamming out to this music called For the Savior, and hopefully Chad is getting destroyed right now by music Craigasms. Before the end of the run, we need to break the 3 mystic stones that power Doom Island, because Deus is trying to crush Parcelite with Doom Island and kill Maxim's friends and family, and we're going to try to stop that. And then time is going to be when we break the final mystic stone. The climax of the story. Last little bit of fun to show off too. Whee! Go out of bounds there. Alright, get ready on time. Time!
GG.
GG.
This is my favorite part of running this game, honestly. It's this like last part.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if you got a good run, like that's good.
Because yeah, I mean, even though Deus is the final boss and you can't lose anymore, you can still lose time by bonking into corners and stuff while you're breaking the Mystic Stones. All right, and then with that, we get set up for one of the most bittersweet endings in really any RPG I've ever played, where Maxim and Salon's souls leave Doom Island, and then just kind of watch all of their friends making plans to have a party at Guy's place in Tanbell, kind of not knowing that not everybody's going to that party. Little things happen here and there too that set up the kind of set the seeds for Lufia 1 too, which takes place about 100 years after this too. Like we found out that Artie lost his eyesight fighting the Sinistrals. We find out that Lexus is going to where Doom Island fell, and so on. But yeah, I guess we'll. I don't know how much of the ending we want to play out before moving on to the next run. But I'll just go ahead and do my shout out. So yeah, big thanks to Elmegas and Voltas for the for doing commentaries. It was a lot of fun.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me. Always good to commentate on this game. One of my favorites.
Yeah, I'd also like to give shout outs to the Lufia 2 community, in particular Derksu, Skipsy, and Real Critical, who I believe were the runners who created the rule set for this category, for no major glitches, no manipulation, just to kind of make a more beginner friendly but category that still has a decent skill ceiling to it too for running this game, because like we said earlier, at its highest levels, running this game does full manipulation pretty much end to end, with a couple exceptions here and there, and I mean that's fast, but it's also pretty challenging to learn and pull off consistently. And then, and I also give a shout out to a Japanese runner named Akisud Nico, who, as far as I know, has the fastest time for this game on the Japanese version. And I've learned a lot of like movement optimizations and stuff from his run, even though his run does use manipulation. So a lot of stuff is not applicable to this category. A lot of the like routes for going through dungeons and dodging encounters still overlap. Yeah, now we finally get to see Tia again after quite a while, and then Tia kind of gets the big moment when the music changes and you don't have to mash text anymore too, when the ending theme starts playing. Finally get the payoff to when we first met Salon, talking about the significance of a woman's tears. Now Tia's name means tear. And it was definitely also shout-outs to High Spirits and the rest of the Questing for Glory crew too, for putting on a great show as always. Letting me participate in this too. It was definitely my pleasure to get to showcase the main story mode for this game too, just because like we've said a couple times, the most popular way for speedrunning Lufia 2 is the Ancient Cave, which is the game's built-in randomizer and kind of mystery dungeon roguelike. But running the story mode is a pretty different experience as far as how it plays out and what the routing and challenges are. So definitely grateful for the opportunity to get to show that off. This scene just wrecks me too, even after the number of times I've seen it too, with Salon's aunt telling Jiros that his parents will be back home soon. And imagine we'll probably just move on to the next run at some point soon before getting all the way to the end of the credits. But if after the credits are all over, if you wait on the end screen for a couple minutes, you get it. There's a little surprise epilogue where you don't see anything. You just have text boxes, but you see a conversation between someone who you don't. If you haven't played Lufia 1, you don't know who it is, but it's Maxim's descendant, who's the protagonist of Lufia 1, first meeting a mysterious girl named Lufia, and then hitting it off and going off to play. And that segues into a to be continued screen. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of unfortunate that Lufia 1 just I feel hasn't really aged quite as well as this game. It was, I believe it was the first time that the developers for it made an RPG. I don't know what other kinds of games they made before it, but it was their first RPG. And it plays a lot more like an old school Dragon Quest game, where it's kind of a very grindy dungeon crawler. I mean, I've got a soft spot for it. I think I really like the story for it, which I think is in some ways better than the story for Lufia 2. But it's a game I kind of have a hard time honestly recommending to other people. But this game just does such a nice job of setting itself up as both a prequel game, but also a standalone experience too. But then even after that epilogue too, if you wait a few more minutes, you actually get your stats for your run as far as like your final in-game time. We don't use in-game time for timing speedruns of Lufia 2 because it pauses when you're in menus, and also you don't get to see seconds, only minutes. But it's runners always like to look at their final in-game time just as kind of a gauge of how crisp their menus were, since again the timer pauses when you're in a menu. And then you also find out how many times each character died, how many battles you ran away from, which is a really that's other than the in-game time, that's generally the kind of nicest stat for speedruns too, because it shows how good you were at dodging encounters. Like a really clean run would have escapes in the teens. This run feels like it's probably like in the mid to high 30s or so, just because there were a couple segments where I just got into a lot of unplanned encounters. And then what else? You also find out how many battles you fought total, how many chests you found, which is kind of nice for doing a completionist playthrough of the game. And then you also get Ancient Cave stats. If you went to the Ancient Cave in your playthrough, you'll get stats for how much time you spent there, how many chests you opened, how many times you defeated the Master Jelly at the bottom. And then one last thing too that the game does is that after you've beaten it, you unlock a New Game Plus type mode called Retry Mode, where you don't carry stuff over from the first playthrough, but you get 4 times the experience and money per battle. And if you beat Retry Mode, then you unlock Gift Mode, which is a mode where you only get to play the Ancient Cave. And unlike if you go to the Ancient Cave at the main story, you get free choice over who's in your party, and you have access to all of the capsule monsters. So if you're trying to do like in particular a speed run of the Ancient Cave, to have the optimal party for doing so, you have to use Gift Mode, because you're able to use party combinations that are impossible in the main story. And I think that's pretty much all I've got. I guess, do either of you guys have any closing thoughts before we move on?
Nice run. That's my closing thought.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think that was a very low 411 by my timing. Just roughly 410 is what I was hoping for marathon showing for this category. It probably would have been a 410 if I hadn't gone out of bounds on Doom Island, but you can't not do that. I mean, come on. All right, so I guess with that, thanks again to High Spirits and the Questing for Glory crew for having me. I guess enjoy, I think it's Valkyrie Elysium for the final run, and everybody have a good one. Take it easy.